Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Fae. The day I stopped counting the bones in Telith's foundation was the day I forgot I was human. But the prince's claws in a matron's spine reminded me quick enough. I crouch in my hidden cache, a forgotten maintenance shaft wedged between two massive obsidian supports, sorting through today's pathetic haul. 3 strips of dried meat that taste like leather and regret. A canteen that might hold 2 days of water if I ration it like my life depends on it, which it does. 5 black glass fruits wrapped in torn fabric to keep them from oxidizing in Protheka's air. My fingers move without thinking, organising everything into neat piles. Order means survival. Chaos means death. It's a lesson Telith teaches with brutal efficiency. The city groans around me, that ever-present sound of crystal grinding against stone as the floating demon stronghold drifts through the perpetual storm clouds. After 3 years, I barely notice it anymore. Just like I barely notice the acidic tang of chaos magic that burns the back of my throat with every breath. A tremor runs through the foundation, different from the usual shifts. My hands still on the fruit I'm wrapping. That's not the city moving. That's something else. Another tremor, stronger. The metal walls of my cache sing with vibration. Brass and bone, I whisper, already shoving my supplies into my satchel. A chaos storm. The electrical tempests that shroud Telith usually follow predictable patterns. Usually. But nothing about tonight feels usual. I swing out of the cache, my calloused fingers finding purchase on the sharp edges of demon architecture. 3 years of climbing these vertical nightmares has taught me exactly where to grip without slicing my palms open. The scars crisscrossing my hands tell the story of how I learned. Another tremor. The air tastes different. Copper and ozone and something else. Something that makes my teeth ache. I need shelter. Real shelter, not my maintenance shaft. When chaos storms hit hard, they can fry humans from the inside out. I've seen it happen. Watched a woman in the breeding quarters convulse as purple lightning coursed through her veins, cooking her alive while her demon keeper just watched. The nearest storm shelter is through the abandoned Crystal Gardens. No one goes there anymore, not since some territorial dispute ended with the whole section being declared neutral ground. Demons would rather burn than set foot on neutral ground, which makes it perfect for someone like me. I drop from a service pipe onto a crystalline walkway, my bare feet silent on the cold surface. 20 feet below, I can see the lights of the lower markets where demons trade in flesh and suffering. The human pens glow with that sickly green luminescence that means feeding time. My stomach clenches with a different kind of hunger, but I push it aside. No time for guilt over the ones I can't save. Never is. The entrance to the Crystal Gardens looms ahead, an archway of twisted metal that almost looks like reaching fingers. Or maybe claws. Everything in Telith looks like claws if you stare long enough. I slip through, and the world changes. The gardens spread before me in a mockery of natural beauty. Trees of silver and gold twist toward a sky they'll never see, their metallic leaves chiming in harmonies that make my skin crawl. Flowers of pure chaos energy bloom and wither in seconds, their petals dissolving into sparks that drift like snow. It should be empty. It's always empty. So why do I hear voices? Training kicks in. 3 rules for unexpected encounters. Rule 1, don't be curious. Rule 2, if you're already curious, don't be stupid. Rule 3, if you're already stupid, at least be quiet. I break all 3. The voices draw me deeper into the garden, past fountains that weep liquid starlight and benches carved from single blocks of midnight. My feet know how to move without sound, how to use the strange acoustics of demon architecture to mask my presence. Promised me she would be alone. A woman's voice pitched high with fear. No, not fear. Fury. Promises are like hearts, Izara. The male voice that answers makes my steps falter, deep as the abyss, smooth as poisoned honey. I know that voice. Every human in Tilith knows that voice. They're so much prettier when they're broken. Prince Vazriath, the 7th son, the kinslayer, though no one's ever proven it. I should run. Every instinct screams at me to turn around, to sprint back to my cache and hide until the storm passes and the prince finds other prey. But my traitorous feet carry me forward, toward a clearing where the metallic trees part like curtains. The sight that greets me stops my heart. Matron Izara, all 6 feet of her serpentine glory, stands with her back to me, her 4 arms gesturing wildly. Her scales shimmer between purple and black, and the spines along her back rattle with agitation. She's powerful, ancient, one of the few demons who remembers their dying world. And Prince Vazriath is smiling at her like she's already dead. He's everything the stories say, and worse. 8 feet of perfectly controlled violence wrapped in ash-grey skin that shifts to charcoal at the edges like smoke given form. His hair falls past his shoulders, black as the void between stars, and when he tilts his head, I catch sight of the horns that curve back from his temples. The left one bears a wicked scar, a chunk missing from what should be a symbol of power. He's beautiful in the way a blade is beautiful, all deadly purpose and cruel edges. You told me the Mother's Keeper had evidence, Izara hisses, her forked tongue tasting the air. You said... I said many things. Vazriath steps closer, and I see what Izara doesn't, the way his fingers extend into claws, the way chaos magic wreathes his arms like smoke. But then, you were so eager to believe them. Tell me, did you really think I'd help you destroy proof of my mother's murder? Izara starts to turn. What are you... Fast. He's so impossibly fast. One moment he's standing 10 feet away. The next, his claws punch through her spine with a wet crunch that echoes through the clearing. Izara's eyes go wide, all 4 arms spasming as silver blood bubbles from her lips. The thing about investigating murders, Vazriath says conversationally, as if he isn't holding a dying matron up by her spine, is that eventually you find the murderer. He twists his hand. Izara screams, a sound that should bring guards, should bring justice, should bring something. But this is Tilith, and he's a prince. You killed her, Izara gasps. Your own mother. No. His voice drops to something colder than the space between stars. You killed her. You and Malthus and all the others who thought her weak for opposing your little schemes. I'm just... He pulls his claws free with deliberate slowness, letting her collapse to the ground. Returning the favour. Izara tries to speak, but only blood comes out. Silver blood that pools around her twitching form, seeping into the crystal ground. And that's when Vazriath starts the ritual. He kneels beside her, using her blood to paint symbols I recognise but shouldn't. Old demonic. The kind of writing that predates even their arrival on Protheka. Kitchen slaves whisper those words in their prayers, begging forgotten gods for mercy that never comes. My mind races, translating automatically. By blood spilled and truth revealed, by power taken and power earned. Let the conspirator's silence be broken in death as it was kept in life. A truth ritual. He's using her death to uncover her secrets. Ah, he murmurs, watching something in the blood that I can't see. There you are, all your little co-conspirators, laid bare. How disappointing that there are so many. Izara's body convulses one last time, then crumbles to silver dust that swirls up and away like ash on an unfelt wind. In seconds, it's as if she never existed at all. Which is when Prince Vazriath turns and looks directly at me. "Stop holding your breath," he says, and that poisoned honey voice carries a thread of amusement that makes my blood freeze. "It's terribly bad for you." I don't think. I bolt, or try to. But between one heartbeat and the next, he's there. Not in front of me, but beside me, matching my desperate sprint with languid ease. "Where are you going?" He sounds genuinely curious. "The storm will kill you far less kindly than I will." I dodge left, diving between two metal trees. Their branches scream as they scrape together, and I use the noise to mask my change in direction. 3 years of running from demons has taught me every trick, every feint. He's in front of me again. Fascinating. He tilts his head, and this close I can see that his eyes are deep crimson, flecked with violet like dying stars. "You move like prey that's learned to think. How novel." "I saw nothing." The words tumble out, desperate and useless. "I'm nobody. I don't exist. Nobody?" His smile widens, showing teeth too sharp to be anything but weapons. Perfect. I spin to run again, but his hand closes around my throat, not squeezing, not yet, just holding. His touch burns cold, chaos magic seeping through my skin like frost. "Do you know what I need, little nobody?" He pulls me closer until I can see myself reflected in those impossible eyes. My dark auburn hair is a tangled mess, hacked short with stolen blades. My hazel eyes are wide with terror, the green in them more prominent in the garden's ethereal light. I look exactly like what I am, a half-starved human thief about to die. I need someone invisible, someone worthless, someone no one would ever suspect of being mine. "I don't understand." "You understand old demonic. It's not a question. You translated my ritual in your head. I could see it in your eyes." My heart hammers against my ribs. "I don't." His grip tightens just enough to cut off the lie. "Careful. I find honesty so much more entertaining than the alternative." When he releases me, I stumble back, gasping. But I don't run. There's nowhere to go. We both know it. "Please," I whisper. "Please." He laughs, and it's a sound like breaking glass. "Please what? Please kill you quickly? Please make it painless? Or please..." He reaches into the air, and reality bends around his fingers, producing something that makes my soul recoil. A collar. Black metal that writhes like it's alive, etched with symbols that hurt to perceive. "Please let you be useful." "That's not a choice," I spit out, fear making me bold, or stupid. Probably stupid. "No," he agrees, stepping closer. "It's not." The collar is cold when it touches my throat. Then it's fire. Then it's ice. Then it's something worse. A sensation like hooks sinking into my very essence, binding me to something vast and terrible, and I scream. When the pain fades, I'm on my knees in the silver dust that used to be Matron Izara. The collar sits heavy against my throat, its magic pulsing in time with my heartbeat. Number not my heartbeat. Vazriath crouches in front of me, studying my face with the detached interest of a scientist examining a new specimen. "Do you feel it yet? The connection?" I do. God help me, I do. There's a thread between us now, invisible but undeniable. I can feel his satisfaction like a second emotion layered over my terror, his power like a storm contained in flesh. If I die, he says softly, you die. If you betray me, we both burn. If you run. He touches the collar, and agony shoots through every nerve. Well, let's not test that theory. When I can breathe again, I glare up at him through tears I refuse to let fall. What do you want from me? Everything. He stands, offering me a hand I don't take. You need to help me uncover every conspirator who killed my mother. You're going to be my eyes in places a prince can't go. You're going to be my perfect invisible weapon. And if I refuse... That smile again. That terrible, beautiful smile. Then you'll discover that there are worse things than death, little witness, and I know them all. The storm breaks overhead, purple lightning crackling across the sky. In its light, Prince Vazriath looks like what he is, a nightmare made flesh, a dark fairy tale warning come to life. And I'm trapped in his story now, bound by chains I can't break, marked by magic I don't understand. Come, he says, turning toward the garden's exit. Let me show you your new cage. I follow because I have no choice. The collar pulses with each step, a constant reminder that I'm no longer nobody. I'm his. Rule 4 of surviving Tylith's underbelly. Don't attract the attention of princes. I should have listened to my own rules.
Chapter 2. Vazrith. The little human bleeds so prettily against my collar, and I find myself wondering if her defiance will taste as sweet as her fear. She stumbles behind me through the servant passages, her bare feet silent on the obsidian floors. I don't slow my pace. If she can't keep up with the collar compelling her forward, she's useless to me anyway, but she manages, barely, her breathing ragged but controlled. Interesting. Years in Tylith's underbelly, and she still has fight in her. Most humans break within months. They learn that resistance only brings pain, that submission might earn them a few more days of miserable life. But this one, she memorizes every turn we take, those hazel eyes tracking potential escape routes that don't exist. I can feel her emotions through our new bond. Terror, yes, but also calculation. Planning. She doesn't understand yet that the collar makes all plans meaningless. Stop! I command, halting at an intersection where the servant passages open onto a main corridor. She nearly collides with my back, catching herself at the last moment. The collar pulses, and I feel her swallow a gasp of pain. Good. Pain is an excellent teacher. Watch, I tell her, gesturing to the scene unfolding in the corridor beyond. 2 Voroth guards drag a human male between them. He's young, perhaps 20 Earth years, with the kind of muscle that suggests he was taken from one of their warrior settlements. His face bears the distinctive scarring of a failed escape attempt. Chaos burns across his left cheek where a barrier spell caught him. Please, he begs, the word mangled by missing teeth. I won't run again. I swear to the 7, I won't. The guards stop directly in our line of sight. Not a coincidence. Nothing in Tylith ever is. Shh. The larger guard, Tyrek, pats the human's head almost gently. The prince requires an example. My little witness goes rigid beside me. I feel her recognition through the collar. She knows this human. Of course she does. The underbelly is small, and survivors notice each other. Tyrek's claws extend, slicing through the human's throat in one efficient motion. Blood sprays across the corridor's crystal walls, red against black, and the body drops with a wet thud. The guards step over it without pause, continuing their rounds. That's what happens to runners, I say conversationally, watching her reflection in the blood-slicked wall. Her face has gone pale, but her jaw sets with stubborn determination. Shall we continue? She doesn't answer. She doesn't need to. The caller ensures she follows. We emerge into the main palace, and I take a different route than usual, through the breeding halls. The screams start immediately, muffled by thick doors but still audible. Faye's steps falter. "Keep walking," I murmur, not looking back. The breeding halls stretch before us in all their sterile horror. Door after door of small chambers where human women serve their purpose to the Empire. Some volunteered, lured by promises of comfort and protection. Most didn't. A door opens as we pass, and a Trollvor demon emerges, his scaled wings rustling with satisfaction. Behind him I glimpse a woman curled on bloodied sheets, her swollen belly speaking to her value. Still breathing, at least. The successful breeders usually are. Faye's horror beats against my consciousness like a caged bird. I file the sensation away for later examination. "My Lord Vazriath." The voice slides through the air like poisoned silk. What an unexpected pleasure. I turn slowly, letting boredom color my expression. My eldest brother, Prince Malphus, stands in an alcove with his usual retinue. His golden horns catch the light, a blessing from birth that he never lets anyone forget. 3 human women kneel at his feet, naked except for jeweled collars, their eyes glazed with the particular emptiness of the thoroughly broken. Malphus. I incline my head exactly as much as protocol demands. No more. His violet eyes fix on Faye, taking in her ragged appearance and my collar around her throat. Breaking in a new one? She seems rather... He pauses, letting his gaze travel over her short auburn hair, her too thin frame. Common for your tastes? My tastes are my own. I extend my hand and chaos magic wraps around Faye like invisible chains. Kneel. She resists. Of course she does. The defiance sparks through our bond for one delicious moment before the collar's compulsion crushes it. She drops to her knees, and I catch the way her hands clench into fists against the floor. Malphus laughs, the sound sharp as breaking glass. Spirited, at least. The wild ones always scream the sweetest. He steps closer, and one of his pets whimpers. "I could give you some tips on training, little brother. I've become quite accomplished at..." "That won't be necessary." I let frost creep into my voice. This one serves a different purpose. "Oh!" His interest sharpens. And what purpose would that be? I smile, the expression all teeth and no warmth. "Mine." The word hangs between us, heavy with unspoken threat. Malphus might be eldest, might have golden horns and father's favor, but I have something he doesn't. The willingness to bathe the palace in blood if it serves my goals. He recognizes the danger. Smart of him. "Of course," he says, stepping back. "Far be it from me to interfere with the Kinslayer's amusements. The title is meant to provoke. 3 brothers dead under suspicious circumstances, all of them impediments to my investigations. But I didn't kill them for the throne. I killed them because they stood between me and the truth of my mother's murder. Come," I tell Faye, releasing the magical hold. She rises with more grace than expected, though I can feel her legs trembling through our bond. We leave Malphus and his broken dolls behind, but I sense his gaze following us down the corridor. Another name for my list. Another conspirator to bleed dry. My private wing of the palace looms before us, warded with enough chaos magic to discourage even the most ambitious assassin. The servants scatter at my approach, a Zonak dropping his cleaning supplies, a human woman pressing herself against the wall to avoid notice. "Out!" I snarl, and they flee like roaches from light. Faye hasn't spoken since the garden. I find myself curious if fear has stolen her voice or if she's simply that disciplined. Time to find out. I lead her through my antechamber, past weapons displays and trophies of conquest. Her eyes catch on a pair of wings mounted above the fireplace, Rakan wings, ancient and still humming with trapped magic. She shivers, and I file that reaction away too. "There," I say, pointing to a spot in the center of my receiving chamber. "Stand there and don't move." She obeys, watching warily as I circle her. The collar has already begun its work. Faint lines of chaos magic trace beneath her skin like veins of silver. beautiful in its way. "Do you know why I chose you?" I ask, stopping behind her. She stays silent. "Answer me." "No." The word comes out rough, as if she hasn't used her voice in hours. I laughed, the sound echoing off the vaulted ceiling. "Liar." Moving faster than human eyes can track, I'm in front of her, my hand around her throat above the collar. Not squeezing. Not yet. "You read my ritual," I murmur, leaning close enough that my breath stirs the ragged edges of her hair. Every word, every symbol. Old demonic isn't taught in the breeding halls or whispered in the underbelly. So tell me, little witness, where did you learn the language of the first demons? Her pulse hammers against my palm. "Kitchen slaves," she gasps. "They pray in it sometimes. I just picked it up. Picked it up." I taste the lie, sweet as honey on my tongue. How fortuitous. And I suppose you just happen to understand the nuances of a blood ritual that most demon scholars couldn't translate. Her eyes flash with something. Anger. Pride. I'm good with languages. Yes, I agree, releasing her throat to trace the collar with one claw. You are. Which is why we're going to unravel every secret my mother's murderers thought they buried with her. I want to know what is behind her death. Understanding dawns in those hazel eyes. That's why you didn't kill me. Partially. I walked to my desk, pulling out a leather-bound journal filled with names, dates, connections. One order. 17 conspirators, all hiding behind titles and ceremony. But they made one mistake. They write their secrets in Old Demonic, thinking no one remembers the ancient tongue. I turn back to find her studying me with an expression I can't quite read. Your mother opposed the breeding programs. The words hit like a physical blow. I'm across the room before I realize I've moved, slamming her against the wall hard enough to almost crack the crystal. "What did you say?" She meets my gaze steadily, even with my claws pressed to her throat. "The ritual. When you were drawing the symbols, you said she died for opposing their schemes. The breeding programs are their schemes, aren't they? Clever little thing. Too clever." "Don't speak about my mother," I say softly, each word a promise of pain. "And you will never, ever reveal that you understand Old Demonic, to anyone, for any reason." "Why?" I lean closer until our faces are inches apart. "Because the moment they know you can read their secrets, you become a threat instead of furniture. And threats in Tilith have very short lifespans." She swallows, and I feel the movement against my hand. "So I'm supposed to pretend I'm just another stupid human while you use me to spy on demons who would kill me for breathing wrong?" "Yes." I release her, stepping back to admire the fear and fury warring in her expression. "Consider it motivation to be useful. Useful tools get maintained. Useless ones get discarded." A knock at my chamber door interrupts whatever response she might have made. I recognize the magical signature. Kithel, the only being in Tylith I almost trust. "Enter!" I call. My Sozgaroth ally glides in, his androgynous features schooled to careful neutrality. His silver hair floats around him as if suspended in water, and his purple eyes immediately fix on Faye. "I heard you acquired a new pet," he says in Old Demonic testing. Faye doesn't react, doesn't even blink. Impressive control for someone who just learned the stakes. "A tool," I correct in the common tongue. "Nothing more." Kithel circles her, magic crackling between his two long fingers. "The collar's binding runs deeper than standard slave bonds. You used your blood in the creation. A necessary precaution. A dangerous one." He meets my gaze over her head. "This type of binding can evolve. Share more than life force." Noted. He sighs, the sound like wind through empty halls. "When has my concern ever stopped you? At least let me examine the full parameters, for your safety if not hers." I gesture my permission and he places skeletal fingers against the collar. Faye flinches but holds still, even when his magic probes the connection between us. Fascinating, he murmurs. She's already beginning to adapt. Her magical resistance is increasing. His eyes sharpen. Has she shown any other abilities? No, I lie smoothly. I notice certain changes about her, but nothing noticeable. Kithel knows me too well to believe it, but he also knows when not to push. I'll prepare some basic protective wards for your chambers. If she's to be useful, she needs to survive long enough to prove it. He leaves with another lingering look at Faye, and I feel her relief through the bond when the door closes behind him. He's right about one thing, I say, moving toward my private bathing chamber. You need to be presentable if you're going to serve me. Come. She follows because she has no choice, but I feel her trepidation spike as we enter the bathroom. It's a sybaritic excess of black marble and gold fixtures, with a sunken pool large enough to drown in. Steam rises from water heated by chaos magic. Strip, I command, already removing my own blood-stained jacket. I can bathe myself. The words come out sharp, defensive. I'm sure you can. I turn to face her, letting her see the predator's smile that sends seasoned warriors running. But you're mine now. Your body, your blood, your very breath belongs to me. The sooner you accept that, the easier this will be. She stands frozen, calculation flickering behind those hazel eyes. Then, with movements sharp with suppressed fury, she begins removing her ragged clothing. I watch because it's my right, because establishing dominance now will save us both trouble later, because some dark part of me enjoys the way she refuses to cower even as she obeys. The scars tell stories. Old burns on her ribs. Chaos magic, poorly healed. Claw marks on her back, something tried to catch her and failed. A puckered wound on her thigh. Blade work, precise and intentional. A survivor's body. Good. I need survivors. She enters the water without being told, sinking up to her shoulders in the steaming pool. I follow, noting how she positions herself as far from me as the pool allows. Here, I say, tossing her a bar of soap that costs more than most humans see in a lifetime. Unless you prefer the authentic underbelly smell. She catches it reflexively, then stares at it as if it might bite. Probably the finest thing she's touched in years. I lean back against the pool's edge, watching her work the soap through her short hair with efficient movements. No wasted motion, no lingering enjoyment of the luxury. She's already planning how to use this. Access to my chambers, my routines, my vulnerabilities. Clever, clever little witness. Tell me about the conspirators, she says suddenly, not looking at me. If I'm going to help you, I need to understand what I'm looking for. Bold. I could punish her for the presumption, but... They call themselves the Eternal Order, I say instead, letting the hot water ease muscles still tense from killing Azara. Old bloodlines who believe demon supremacy isn't going far enough. They want to return to the old world no matter the cost. The old world is dead from what I heard. Yes. I close my eyes, remembering Mother's lessons about our dying planet. But they think human sacrifice can resurrect it. Specifically, human magical potential channeled through mass death. She's quiet for a moment, processing. Your mother opposed them. It's not a question, but I answer anyway. She believed in dominion through strength, not genocide. A radical position that earned her a knife in the back. From your brother? I open my eyes to find her watching me, soap forgotten in her hands. Perhaps from someone using him as a weapon. That's what you're going to help me discover. She nods slowly, and I feel something shift in our dynamic. Not trust. Neither of us is that stupid. But perhaps the beginning of understanding. I'll need access, she says carefully. To places, documents, conversations. You'll have what I give you. I stand, water cascading off my scarred gray skin. Nothing more. Her eyes track the movement before she catches herself, jerking her gaze away, but not before I catch the flash of heat through our bond. Involuntary, unwanted, but undeniable. Interesting. I exit the pool, wrapping myself in shadows that serve as clothing. Finish washing. There are clothes in the wardrobe. Servant's garb. You'll sleep on the cushions by the fire until I decide you've earned better. How generous, she mutters, and I smile at the sarcasm. Oh, I can be very generous, little witness. I pause at the doorway, looking back to find her glaring at me over her shoulder. Serve me well, and you'll live better than any human in Tilith. Betray me. I let chaos magic flare around me, turning the air electric with threat. Well, let's hope you're as clever as you seem. I leave her there, already knowing she won't try to run. The collar ensures that yes, but more than that, I've given her purpose. A chance to be more than just another human ground to dust beneath demon rule. She'll hate me for it. She'll fight me every step of the way. And somewhere in the dark corners of my mind, where Mother's ghost still whispers about mercy and choice, I find myself looking forward to it. The little human bleeds so prettily against my collar, but I'm beginning to suspect she'll make me bleed too, in ways I haven't yet imagined. How delightfully dangerous.
Chapter 3. Fae. The cushions by Prince Vazriath's fireplace are softer than anything I've slept on in 3 years, which makes them infinitely more terrifying than the stone floors I'm used to. I wake to the sensation of being watched, a prickling awareness that sends my heart racing before I even open my eyes. When I do, I find crimson eyes studying me from across the room. Vazriath sits in a high-backed chair, already dressed in black leather and ceremonial armour that makes him look almost like death incarnate. The firelight plays across his ash-grey skin, highlighting the sharp angles of his face and the wicked curve of his horn. The scarred one catches the light differently, a reminder that even princes can be broken. Good, he says, voice smooth as poisoned wine. You wake quickly, survival instinct intact. I push myself up, acutely aware that the servant's shift he gave me last night has ridden up to reveal too much leg. The collar pulses against my throat, a constant reminder of what I am now. His property, his tool, his witness. Time to prove your worth. He tosses a bundle of clothing at me, rough brown fabric that smells of lie and resignation. Lower kitchen staff, invisible enough to serve anyone, forgettable enough to overhear anything. I catch the clothes, understanding immediately. You want me to spy? I want you to do what you've been doing for 3 years, he corrects, standing with fluid grace. Survive by being overlooked. Only now you survive for me. The casual possession in his voice makes my skin crawl. I clutch the clothes tighter. And if I'm caught? His smile is all predator. Then you'll die messily and I'll find another tool, so I suggest you don't get caught. Comforting. He moves toward me and I force myself not to flinch. This close, I can smell him. Chaos magic and copper blood and something darker, like smoke from a funeral pyre. When he reaches out, I brace for pain, but he merely touches the collar with one claw. Listen carefully, he murmurs, and power flows through the connection between us. There's a gathering today in the lower kitchens, Suppliers' Day, when outside merchants bring goods and gossip. Some of those merchants serve more than one master. Images flash through my mind, faces, names, positions. The collar burns as the information transfers directly into my consciousness. You're looking for Lord Kethar's wine merchant, he continues. Fat man, missing his left eye. He'll have a special vintage for the evening feast, poisoned naturally. You want me to stop it? He laughs, the sound sharp as breaking bones. I want you to serve it, to everyone at the conspirators' table except their target. My stomach turns. You're going to let them poison someone? No. His claw traces the collar, sending shivers of wrong sensation through me. I'm going to let them think they're poisoning someone. The target has immunity, but the conspirators... He leans closer, breath cold against my ear. They need to learn that actions have consequences. I understand then. He's not just hunting his mother's killers, he's playing with them. Get dressed, he orders, stepping back. And remember, you don't understand old demonic. You're just another broken human serving your betters. I start to turn away, then pause. What happens when they realise the poison didn't work? His smile widens, showing teeth too sharp to be anything but weapons. That's when the real entertainment begins. The lower kitchens are exactly as I remember, chaos and cruelty in equal measure. Steam rises from massive cauldrons while lesser demons bark orders at human slaves. The air tastes of grease and desperation, flavoured with the metallic tang of spilled blood from the butchering stations. I slip in through the servants' entrance, shoulders hunched, eyes downcast. Just another broken thing seeking scraps. It's terrifyingly easy to disappear back into invisibility. You, a Zonak overseer points a gnarled finger at me. New meat. I nod, not trusting my voice. The collar hidden beneath my high-necked dress thrums with Vazriath's presence, distant but undeniable. Wine service, the Zonak grunts. Supplier's hall. Don't drop anything, or you'll be tonight's appetizer. Charming. But I shuffle toward the indicated doorway, passing humans I might have known in another life. None of them look up. In the kitchens, eye contact is an invitation to pain. The supplier's hall buzzes with activity. Merchants of every description hawk their wares to kitchen staff. Exotic meats that still twitch on display, fruits that glow with unnatural light, spices that make the air itself taste like fire. And there, near the wine barrels, exactly as Vazriath described, a fat man with an empty eye socket, his remaining eye darting nervously as he speaks with a cloaked figure. I grab a serving tray and drift closer, letting the ambient chaos mask my approach. Assured me the vintage would be undetectable. The merchant whispers in accented common tongue. It better be, the cloaked figure responds. Female voice, cultured tones that speak of nobility. Lord Inaris grows too bold in his support of the king. Tonight, he learns the price of loyalty to a weak throne. They switch to Old Demonic then, discussing dosage and timing. I force my expression to remain blank even as I translate every word. The poison is derived from crystallized chaos venom. Slow acting, agonizing. It will look like a heart seizure to casual observation. Girl! I flinch, nearly dropping my tray. The merchant beckons me over with a greasy smile. You serve the high tables tonight, yes? He doesn't wait for an answer, pressing a distinctive black bottle into my hands. Special vintage for Lord Inaris's table. Only for him, understand? Very important. Very exclusive. I bob my head in what I hope looks like stupid obedience. Yes, master. Good girl. He pats my cheek with damp fingers that smell of grave dirt. Run along now. I clutch the bottle and flee, but not before catching a glimpse beneath the figure's hood. Pale skin, violet eyes, a delicate chin that seems familiar. Understanding hits like a blade between the ribs. Lady Serene, Malthus's favourite courtesan. The conspiracy runs deeper than Vazriath knows. The feast hall glitters with 1,000 cruelties. Demon nobility lounge at high tables, while human slaves scurry between them like frightened mice. The air hangs thick with incense meant to mask the smell of blood from the entertainment pits below. Screams drift up through the floor. Tonight's appetizer, as promised. I move through it all with practiced invisibility, the poisoned wine burning cold against my palms. Lord Inaris sits at a middle table, laughing with other minor nobles, unaware that death swirls in the bottle I carry. Except it doesn't. Because somehow I know with certainty that chills my bones, that Vazriath has already replaced the poison with something else. The collar whispers secrets I shouldn't understand. Wine, my lord. I keep my voice soft, subservient. Inaris barely glances at me. About time. Pour for the table. This is the test. Serve everyone but the target from the poisoned bottle. Mark the conspirators for death while protecting the innocent. My hands don't shake as I pour. 3 years of survival has taught me that steady hands mean the difference between eating and starving, between hiding successfully and being caught. I serve Lady Serene first. She doesn't recognise me with my eyes downcast. Then Lord Kethar's son, a brutal youth who once set a human child on fire for amusement. Then a merchant whose name I don't know, but whose eyes gleam with the same anticipatory malice. All conspirators, all guilty, all drinking deeply from their cups. I'm about to serve Lord Inaris from a different bottle when the temperature in the room plummets. How fortuitous! A voice like dark honey poisons the air. I was just developing a thirst. Prince Vazriath materialises from shadow beside Lord Inaris's chair, and the entire table freezes. He's changed since this morning, now dressed in formal court attire that presents him like a beautiful nightmare. Black silk that clings to his warrior's frame, silver chains connecting his collar to the formal pauldrons that emphasise his broad shoulders. The scarred horn has been capped with obsidian that gleams like fresh blood. His crimson eyes find mine, and something passes between us through the collar. A test within a test. Wine, he commands, holding out an empty goblet. The conspirators watch with poorly concealed panic. If I serve him from the wrong bottle, I expose their plot. If I refuse, I die. If I serve him poison, I pour from the black bottle without hesitation. The table holds its collective breath as Vazriath raises the goblet, inhaling the bouquet with theatrical appreciation. Interesting vintage, Lord Kethar's private reserve, unless I'm mistaken. Lady Serene's face drains of colour. My lord, perhaps... No need for concern. He drinks deeply, draining the goblet in one long swallow. After all, Lord Kethar would never serve his prince tainted wine. Would he? The merchant's son opens his mouth. To confess, to lie, to scream, I'll never know. Because that's when the convulsions start. Not Vazriath. The conspirators. Lady Serene claws at her throat, violet eyes bulging as black veins spread across her pale skin. The merchant's son vomits blood across the pristine tablecloth. The unnamed merchant simply melts, his flesh running like wax from bones that crack and splinter. The room erupts in chaos. Demons flee, humans scatter, guards rush forward only to halt at Vazriath's raised hand. Fascinating, he murmurs, watching the conspirators die with clinical interest. Chaos venom reacts so differently to guilty blood. Don't you think, Lord Inaris? The Lord, the supposed target, sits frozen, untouched wine trembling in his grip. My prince, I don't... You were meant to die tonight, Vazriath says conversationally. These traitors thought to remove a loyalist. Instead, he gestures at the corpses. They've removed themselves. How convenient. He turns to me then, and the satisfaction in his expression makes my stomach clench. You, come. I set down the bottles with numb fingers and follow him from the feast hall, stepping carefully around the spreading pools of tainted blood. Behind us, Lord Inaris begins to laugh, high, hysterical sounds that follow us into the corridor. Vazriath doesn't speak until we're back in the servants' passages. Then he spins, slamming me against the wall violently. Malthus's whore, he says softly. You recognised her. It's not a question. I nod anyway, gasping as the collar tightens. Interesting. His hand comes up to frame my face, claws gentle against my skin. You did well, better than expected. You knew about the poison. I replaced it this morning. Chaos venom mixed with truth serum and a delayed activation curse. They died confessing their sins in Old Demonic. His thumb traces my cheekbone. Could you understand them? The lie burns in my throat, but I force it out. No. He smiles, and I realise he knows. He's always known. This is just another game, another test, another way to bind me deeper into his web. Liar, he whispers, and then his mouth is on mine. The kiss is violence wrapped in silk. He tastes of poisoned wine and dark promises, and the collar flares to life between us, sharing sensation until I can't tell where he ends and I begin. I feel his satisfaction at the kill, his pleasure at my performance, his hunger for something I don't understand. When he pulls back, I'm gasping. Why? Because you're mine, he says simply. And I reward what's mine when it pleases me. He releases me, stepping back with that predator's grace. There's one conspirator left. The wine merchant fled during the chaos. Find him. Bring me his location. And then, his smile promises horrors I can't imagine. Then you'll learn what happens to those who dare poison a prince's cup, even unsuccessfully. He disappears into shadow, leaving me alone with the taste of him on my lips and the collar burning against my throat. 3 bodies cooling in the feast hall, one merchant running for his life, and me, caught between predator and prey, no longer sure which I'm becoming. The cushions by the fireplace were soft, but the chains around my soul are softer still, and twice as deadly. I push off the wall and go hunting, because that's what tools do. They serve their purpose, even when that purpose tastes like poison, and sounds like screaming and feels like falling into an abyss that welcomes you home. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 4. Vazrith. The wine merchant's screams have taken on an almost musical quality after 3 hours, and I find myself composing symphonies in the spaces between his sobs. He hangs from chains in my private chamber, not the official interrogation rooms where protocol demands witnesses, but my personal collection space, where artistry matters more than answers. Blood drips in steady rhythm onto the obsidian floor, each droplet catching the light from the chaos-fueled braziers like tiny rubies. Please, he wheezes through broken teeth. I've told you everything. No. I select another implement from my table, a delicate thing of silver and bone that I crafted myself. You've told me what you think I want to hear. There's a significant difference. The tool slides between his ribs with the whisper of a lover's promise, and his scream rises to a note I haven't achieved before. Exquisite. Behind me, my little human stands exactly where I placed her an hour ago. She hasn't moved, hasn't spoken, but I feel her horror through our bond like wine aging to perfection. Each cut I make, each bone I break, adds another layer to her revulsion. And yet, she watches. Your merchant friend was quite athletic, I tell her conversationally, twisting the implement just so. Led you on quite the chase through the smuggler's quarter, didn't he? Yes. Her voice comes out steady, impressive. But you caught him. I glance back to find her hazel eyes fixed on the merchant's mutilated form. Trapped him in that warehouse and sent word through our bond. Efficient work. The merchant tries to speak, spitting blood. The girl, she's not... I silence him with a gesture that separates his tongue from his mouth. It hits the floor with a wet sound that makes Faye flinch. Interrupting is terribly rude, I chide, then return my attention to her. Come here. She obeys because the collar compels her, each step measured and reluctant. When she's close enough, I can see the fine tremor in her hands, the way her pupils have dilated with stress. 3 days mine, and already she looks different. The collar's magic adding an otherworldly quality to her features, making her hazel eyes brighter, her skin luminous despite the gore surrounding us. Take this. I press a curved blade into her palm, chaos-forged steel that hums with malevolent energy. Make the next cut. Her fingers close around the handle automatically, but she doesn't move. I'm not... What you are, I interrupt, is mine, and I require you to understand the weight of information. I move behind her, close enough that she can feel my breath on her neck. This creature sold poison meant for loyal servants of the crown. His greed nearly disrupted plans years in the making. So you will mark him for it. Where? The question surprises me. Not refusal, but specifics. Wherever pleases you. She steps forward, and I watch with interest as she studies the merchant's ruined form, with the same analytical gaze she uses to map escape routes. Then, with precision that speaks of her years surviving Tilith's violence, she places the blade against his remaining eye. You saw me in the kitchens, she says quietly. Recognized me as human. Could have exposed me then, but you waited. Why? The merchant makes desperate sounds through his tongueless mouth. Because you thought to use me later, she continues, pressing until the blade draws blood. Sell information about the prince's new pet to the highest bidder. Her voice hardens. You were going to tell them about the collar, about how it's different. I still behind her. She's right. I can taste the truth of it in the merchant's panic. But how did she know? The way you looked at me, she explains without my asking. Like calculating profit. I've seen it before. Then she pushes the blade home. The merchant's remaining eye bursts like overripe fruit, and his scream reaches frequencies that make the crystal walls sing. But it's Faye's reaction that captivates me, the tiny shudder of satisfaction that runs through her, quickly suppressed, but not quickly enough. Our bond flares with it, the dark pleasure in causing deserved pain. Good, I murmur against her ear. Again. This time she doesn't hesitate. The blade finds new flesh, and I guide her in the artistry of it, showing her how angle and pressure create different symphonies of agony. The merchant's body becomes our canvas, and she proves an apt student. By the time he finally breaks, gasping out meeting locations, conspirator names, details about Malphas's plans, her hands are steady as stone. Tomorrow night, the merchant wheezes through ruined lips. Prince Malphas meets with the Eternal Order, the abandoned cathedral in the lower district. They plan to... He chokes on blood. To secure a stronger human, one who can channel more power for the ritual. Ice runs through my veins. I know exactly which human they mean. Kill him! I order Faye. She looks at the blade in her hand, then at the merchant's pleading eyes. For a moment, I think she'll refuse, consequences be damned. Then she draws the blade across his throat in one efficient motion. Blood sprays across her servant's clothes, painting her in crimson. She doesn't step back, doesn't flinch, just watches him die with those bright hazel eyes that no longer look entirely human. Well, well, Keithel's voice drifts from the doorway. What an interesting tableau. My Suzgaroth ally glides into the chamber, silver hair floating in the magical currents that follow him everywhere, His purple eyes fix on Faye with uncomfortable intensity. "You've been busy," he observes, taking in the corpse, the blood, my human's transformation. "The entire palace buzzes with whispers about your new pet. Prince Vazriath wonders aloud why you'd waste a collar on something so temporary." Vazriath's wondering will cease when I remove his capacity for thought, I reply, cleaning the blade with practiced motions. "What brings you to my chambers?" "Concern." He circles Faye, who stands frozen amid the carnage. "Your brothers grow curious about your sudden interest in this particular human. Malfa especially seems intrigued." Possessive rage floods through me, hot enough to make the braziers flare. Let him be intrigued from a distance. Difficult, when she bears only a collar. Kithel reaches toward her throat, stopping just short of touching when I growl. The bond marks her as yours to those who understand such things, but to casual observation. She's unmarked. I finish the thought, already seeing where this leads. Vulnerable to challenge. Precisely. He produces a vial from his robes, liquid chaos that swirls like captured storms. A suggestion, if you'll permit. Mark her properly. Make it visible. Undeniable. Unless... His smile turns sly. "You're not as attached as you appear?" I snatch the vial before I fully process the decision. The liquid burns cold against my palm, responsive to my will. Faye. Her name tastes different now, flavored with her first kill. "Come. Change of plans. You can no longer be the Loki spy. I need you to stand out, mix with our enemies. Join the ranks of those pets. Be important and powerful. You need to be more attractive and novel." She approaches warily, blood still dripping from her hands. Good instincts. The ritual I'm about to perform should frighten her. "This will hurt," I warn, uncapping the vial. "But it will make you untouchable to any who would claim you. Except you. I already claimed you." I dip my claw in the liquid chaos, watching it writhe along the sharp edge. This simply makes it visible to those too stupid to sense the collar. Kithel clears his throat. "I'll leave you to it. Do try not to kill her, Vaz. She's proving unexpectedly useful." He vanishes through a portal, leaving us alone with the corpse and the weight of what comes next. "Remove your dress!" Faye's hands move to the fastenings, then pause. "What are you going to do?" "Paint you in power." I step closer, chaos dripping from my claw like liquid starlight. "Create marks that declare you mine to anyone with eyes. They'll burn into your skin, become a part of you. And yes," I add when she hesitates, "it will hurt more than anything you've experienced." She holds my gaze for a long moment, then lets the ruined dress fall. The servants shift beneath is thin, blood-soaked, clinging to curves that 3 years of starvation couldn't quite erase. But it's the defiance in her eyes that makes my blood sing, even now faced with magical scarring. She doesn't cower. "If I do this," she says quietly, "I want something in return." Amusing. "You're hardly in a position to negotiate." "I killed for you." She gestures at the corpse. "Tracked him, held him while you played, took his life when ordered. That earns me something." The audacity of it. My collared human making demands. I should punish her for the presumption. Instead, I find myself curious. "What do you want?" "Information." Her chin lifts. "About the Eternal Order. About why they want humans." Clever thing. She heard the merchant's dying words, understood the implication. I could lie, but I choose not to. "They believe human magical potential can be harvested," I tell her, beginning to trace the first mark along her collarbone. She gasps as chaos burns into flesh, but doesn't pull away. The breeding programs were designed to concentrate that potential. You, little witness, are something unexpected, a human already changing without their intervention. The mark spreads like frost across her skin, and she bites back a scream. I continue the pattern, each symbol declaring ownership in languages older than Teelith itself. "Why?" she grits out between waves of pain. "Because you survived 3 years in conditions that kill most in 3 months." Another mark, this one curling around her throat above the collar. "Because you learned Old Demonic through observation alone. Because when you watched me kill, part of you wanted to learn how." She's shaking now, chaos poison spreading through her system as the marks take root. I steady her with one hand while the other continues its work. "The collar was meant to bind you," I murmur, painting the final symbol over her heart. "But you're binding it instead, changing it, changing yourself. And that." I press my palm against the completed mark, sending power flooding through her system. "Makes you invaluable." She screams then, the sound echoing off crystal walls as the marks ignite. Her knees buckle and I catch her, holding her against me as chaos rewrite her very essence. When it's over, she's unconscious in my arms, skin glowing with silver tracery that marks her as mine more thoroughly than any collar. The patterns shift like living things, responsive to my proximity, beautiful in their brutality. I carry her to my chambers proper, laying her on the bed I've never allowed another to touch. She looks small against the black silk, fragile despite the power now coursing through her veins. But I remember how efficiently she opened the merchant's throat, how satisfaction flickered through our bond at his pain. My little human is becoming something more, something dangerous, something like me. And tomorrow, when Malphus meets with his conspirators, he'll learn exactly what that means.
Chapter 5. Faye. I wake with someone else's heartbeat thundering in my chest, and the taste of chaos magic flooding my mouth like molten silver. But it's not magic I crave. The hunger tears through me like wildfire, hot, consuming, focused entirely on him. I can feel Vazriath somewhere in his chambers, his presence pulling at me through the marks that writhe across my skin. They pulse with each breath, sending waves of need so intense it borders on pain. I've known hunger. 3 years in Teelith's underbelly taught me its every face. This isn't that. This is something else entirely. A bone-deep craving that makes my skin feel too tight, my blood too hot, my body empty in ways food could never fill. The silk sheets stick to my fevered skin as I roll from his bed. My reflection in the obsidian mirror stops me cold. Silver veins web beneath my skin, following the patterns he burned into me. My eyes flicker between hazel and molten silver, and my lips are swollen like I've been thoroughly kissed. Or bitten. The memory, was it real, sends another spike of need through me. I press my palms against the cool glass, trying to ground myself, but the marks flare brighter at the thought of him. Water. I hear water and follow it like a woman possessed. The bathing chamber steams with heat that makes my thin shift cling transparently to my skin. The pool glows crimson. Blood, I realise with a shock that should disgust me. Instead, my mouth waters. Vazriath stands waist-deep in the blood pool, rivulets of red trailing down the muscled expanse of his back. Every scar tells a story of violence survived, and I want to trace each one with my tongue. The thought should terrify me. Instead, it makes me burn hotter. Finally awake, little witness. He doesn't turn, but I can hear the smirk in his voice. The marks took well, perhaps too well. What did you do to me? The words scrape past my throat, rough with want I can't disguise. He turns then, crimson eyes taking in my state with satisfaction that makes me want to claw the expression off his face, or kiss it, or both. I claimed you. He moves through the blood with predatory grace. The marks bind us deeper than the collar alone. They're responding to proximity, to my blood calling to the magic now living in your skin. Make it stop. But even as I say it, I'm moving closer, drawn by invisible threads. Stop. His laugh is dark velvet. You don't want it to stop. I can smell your desire from here, little morsel. The question is, will you take what you need, or will you run like prey? The challenge breaks something in me. I enter the pool fully clothed, the blood hot against my skin, making the mark sing. He watches me approach with eyes that promise violence and pleasure in equal measure. I'm not prey, I growl, and then I'm on him. We collide like forces of nature. My hands tangle in his wet hair, pulling his head back to expose his throat. He lets me, a rumble of approval vibrating through his chest when I bite down hard enough to break skin.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. It won't always be this intense, he murmurs against my hair, holding me as the tremors subside. The initial binding is the strongest, but the hunger. He tilts my chin up, thumb tracing my blood-swollen lips. That's permanent. You're a creature of appetite now, little predator. Best you learn to feed it. I should be horrified. Should be disgusted at what I've become, what I've done. Instead, I trace the healing bite marks on his throat with something like pride. What happens now? Now? He stands, lifting me with him, and I marvel at how natural it feels to be carried by him. Now we prepare for tonight. Malphus expects to find a weak human to steal. Instead, his smile is pure predator. He'll find my perfect weapon. As he carries me from the blood pool, I catch sight of our reflection in the chamber's mirrors. Two creatures of darkness wrapped around each other, marked by violence and bonded by blood. I smile, showing fangs I'm already learning to use. Let them come. Let them all come. They have no idea what I've become.
Chapter 6. Vazrith. My brothers arrive for the evening's entertainment with their usual retinue of sycophants and disposable pets, unaware they're about to become the show. The pre-hunt gathering follows tradition, demons of noble blood converging in my arena chamber to inspect the prey, place wagers, and pretend civility while calculating murder. The circular room rises 3 stories with viewing balconies for spectators and a sand floor that's drunk its share of blood over the centuries. Tonight, that sand will feast. Brother! Malphus enters first, naturally. His golden horns catch the firelight as he sweeps in with 3 human women crawling behind him on jeweled chains. Their eyes hold that particular emptiness of the thoroughly broken. No use for breeding, barely entertaining for sport. I hear you've prepared something special for tonight's hunt. Have I? I sip from my goblet. Actual wine, not the poison vintage from last night. I merely follow tradition. Prince Vazriath arrives next, his scarred face twisted in perpetual displeasure. Where Malphus inherited golden horns, Vazriath got our father's brutish size and intellect to match. Where's this pet we've heard so much about? The one who served at the feast? More brothers file in. Vazakel with his taste for young flesh. Moriath, who collects eyes. Safran, who hasn't spoken since he ate his own tongue on a dare. 7 princes in total, each a monument to our father's varied tastes in mothers and murder. Patience, I murmur, feeling Faye's presence approaching through our bond. She's been preparing under Kithel's supervision, bathed, dressed, and hopefully restraining the urge to slaughter. When she enters, the room shifts. She wears the traditional pre-hunt garment, sheer black fabric that displays every mark I burned into her skin. The silver patterns writhe with their own life, drawing the eye to the collar at her throat, the curves beneath transparent silk. Her hair has been styled to frame her face, making those color-shifting eyes impossible to ignore. But it's her presence that silences the room. She moves like a predator poorly disguised as prey, each step deliberate, controlled. The human women behind Malphus whimper and press closer to their master, recognizing an apex predator when they see one. "This is your human?" Drathan circles her slowly, nostrils flaring. "She smells wrong." "She smells like power," Malphus corrects, his violet eyes sharp with interest. "What did you do to her, Vazrith?" "I marked what's mine." I gesture for Faye to kneel beside my chair. She does, but the submission is performance. I feel her rage through the bond, her hunger for violence barely leashed. "Surely you understand the importance of clear ownership." "The marks are moving," Vazakel observes, leaning closer. "May I?" Before I can respond, he reaches for her face. Faye moves faster than thought, catching his wrist and twisting. The crack of breaking bone echoes through the chamber, followed by Vazakel's shriek. "Apologies," I say mildly as my brother cradles his shattered wrist. "She's still learning manners." "Learning." Malphus laughs, but his eyes never leave Faye. "She's feral, altered. This violates hunt tradition. Prey should be pure human." "Then test her purity." I lean back, swirling my wine. "If you believe she's too changed for proper sport, prove it." The trap is so obvious, but Malphus has always been prideful. "The arena test, then. Your pet against 3 of my finest fighters." "Your human fighters?" I smile. That hardly seems sporting. She did break Vazakel's wrist rather easily. "Then what do you propose?" I pretend to consider, though the game is already won. "One of your lesser demon guards. Surely if she's as altered as you claim, she can handle a single Zonak." Malphus's eyes narrow, but refusing would show weakness. "Grekel!" he barks. "Get down there!" A Zonak guard leaps into the arena, 5 feet of muscle and stupidity, carrying a curved blade that's seen better decades. Not his best fighter, but deadly enough to kill a normal human in seconds. "Well?" I touch Faye's shoulder. "Show them what you are." She rises with liquid grace, descending into the arena without hesitation. The transparent garment does nothing to hide the marks, now pulsing with anticipation. Several brothers lean forward, sensing impending violence. "Begin!" Malphus commands. Grekel charges with typical Zonak subtlety, none at all. His blade whistles through air where Faye stood a heartbeat before. She flows around his attack like smoke, and I feel her joy through our bond. She's been holding back since this morning, restraining the hunger. Now I've given her permission to feed it. The Zonak swings again, growing frustrated. This time Faye doesn't dodge. She catches the blade barehanded, silver blood welling where it bites deep. The pain makes her laugh, a sound that raises hackles throughout the chamber. "Is that all?" she asks, and her voice carries harmonics that shouldn't exist in human throats. She yanks the blade forward, pulling Grekel off balance. Her free hand drives into his chest with enough force to crack ribs. The Zonak staggers, wheezing, and Faye follows like a wolf scenting weakness. What happens next is art. She doesn't simply kill him. She dismantles him piece by piece, using techniques she learned watching me work. A finger bent backward until it snaps, an eye plucked free with delicate precision. The blade turned in his own hand to flay strips of skin with surgical accuracy. "Fascinating," Morieth breathes, leaning so far forward he nearly falls. She's playing. She is. Each wound is calculated to hurt, but not kill, to bleed, but not empty. Grekel tries to scream, but she crushed his larynx 2 minutes ago. Now he can only gurgle as she works. "The blood," Vazakel whispers through his pain. "Look at her blood." Where Faye bleeds from blocking the blade, her blood runs silver red, crackling with chaos energy. It hisses where it hits the sand, leaving crystalline patterns that spread like frost. "Enough playing," I call down. "Finish it." She looks up at me, and her eyes are pure silver now, reflecting the arena fires like mirrors. Then she smiles, all teeth and hunger, and drives her hand into Greckel's chest. Not through armor or around bones. Through them, chaos magic making her flesh harder than steel. She grips something vital and pulls. The Zonak's heart comes free in a spray of gore that paints her transparent garment crimson. She holds it up like a trophy, and I swear it beats twice more before going still. Greckel's corpse hits the sand with a wet thud. Silence reigns for 3 heartbeats. Then Drathan starts laughing, deep, booming sounds that shake dust from the rafters. "Blood and bone!" he roars. "She's magnificent! What is she?" "Mine," I answer simply. "She's an abomination," Malphus snarls, but I hear the fear beneath his anger. "No human moves like that, bleeds like that. You've created something unnatural." "I've created something perfect." I stand, descending to the arena floor. Faye watches me approach, still holding the cooling heart. A weapon shaped for a specific purpose. "Which is—" I take the heart from her bloody hands, raising it to my lips to taste Zonak blood. Inferior vintage, but the gesture makes several brothers flinch. "Survival," I lie smoothly. "After all, the blood moon rises tonight. The hunt demands worthy prey, doesn't it?" "You plan to use her in the hunt?" Vazakel demands. "That thing?" "This thing," Faye says, voice carrying perfectly, "is hungry. You all smell like meat." The threat lands like a physical blow. My brothers shift uneasily, predators recognizing a greater threat. Even their human pets sense it, pressing against their master's legs. "She can't participate," Malphus insists. Tradition states the hunted must be human-born," I interrupt. "She was. What she's becoming." I trail my fingers through her blood-matted hair, feeling her lean into the touch like a cat. "That's evolution. If she's in the hunt, she dies," Drathan rumbles. "I'll tear her apart myself." Faye laughs, that broken harmony sound again. "You could try." Before violence can erupt, I grip her collar, sending a pulse of command through our bond. She subsides, but barely. The hunger is riding her hard now, sharpened by bloodshed. "Save it for moonrise," I tell my brothers. "Unless you'd prefer to settle this here?" They won't. Not in my arena, not without their full retinues. One by one they file out, though Malphus lingers. "Whatever game you're playing," he says quietly, "it ends tonight. The Order has plans for your pet. They think she's perfect sacrifice since she survived you. And this, whatever she has become, she has survived. The Order can burn. I bare my teeth, and if they touch her, I'll feed them their own entrails." He leaves without another word, and I'm left alone with my blood-drenched weapon. "You let me kill him," Faye says, wonder in her voice. "In front of everyone. I let you show them what they're hunting." I pull her close against me, uncaring of the gore. "They think you're a weakness to exploit. Let them come with that assumption." She kisses me then, all copper and violence, and I taste her evolution on her tongue. When we part, her eyes hold questions. "What am I becoming?" "Whatever you need to be to survive what's coming." I lead her from the arena, already hearing the blood moon rising. "And after tonight, my demoness, you'll be unstoppable. The hunt begins in 1 hour. My brothers think they're chasing tame prey through manicured gardens. Instead, they'll face something new. Not human, not demon, but a beautiful merger of both. I can't wait to see which ones she kills first."
Chapter 7. Fae. The blood moon turns every shadow crimson, and I realise with crystalline clarity that I'm both hunter and hunted tonight, exactly as Vazriath planned. The pre-hunt feast sprawls before me in all its decadent cruelty. Demon nobility gorge themselves on delicacies, while human prey huddle in cages along the walls, waiting for release. I kneel beside Vazriath's chair, playing the part of subdued pet, while my newly awakened hunger claws at my insides. The collar sits heavy against my throat, but it's the marks writhing beneath my skin that truly bind me. They pulse with each heartbeat, his heartbeat, sending waves of need through me that have nothing to do with food. I want to tear into these preening nobles, paint the marble floors with their silver blood, then drag Vazriath somewhere private. "Wine," he commands, not looking at me. I pour with steady hands, though every instinct screams to shatter the goblet against Prince Malphas's golden horns. He sits 3 seats down, those violet eyes tracking my every movement. Beside him, a hooded figure leans close, whispering. My enhanced hearing catches fragments of old demonic. During the chaos, portal ready, the hybrid is key. I school my expression to vapid obedience, but inside, my mind races. They're discussing me, planning to take me, and they're doing it in the ancient tongue, believing no human could understand. The moon rises, King Asmodeus announces from his obsidian throne. His voice carries the weight of millennia, and even I feel the compulsion to bow. Let the hunt commence. Chaos erupts as cages open, and human prey scatter into the palace gardens. I remain still, waiting for Vazriath's command. He stands slowly, deliberately, making every demon in the room wait on his pleasure. "Go," he murmurs, fingers threading through my hair. To onlookers, it's a possessive gesture, but I feel the message in his touch. Remember the plan. Let them think they've won. I rise and follow the other prey into the night. The palace gardens transform under the blood moon into a labyrinth of carnage. Screams echo off crystal walls as demons begin their sport. I move through the chaos with purpose, no longer running like prey, but stalking like the predator I've become. 3 distinct scents follow me, conspirators, reeking of nervous sweat and the particular copper tang of those who've handled portal magic recently. They think they're herding me toward the eastern grove. I let them. A child's sob cuts through the screaming. I freeze, something in my chest clenching. Through the hedges, I spot her, maybe 8 human years, tangled brown hair, wearing the rough shift of an escaped breeder. She's pressed against a thorned tree, blood seeping through her clothes where the carnivorous bark has tasted her. One of my stalkers closes in on my position. I should ignore the child, should maintain my cover. I move without conscious thought, flowing through shadows to reach her. My hand covers her mouth before she can scream. "Silent," I breathe in her ear, "or we both die." Her eyes are huge, terrified. Of me or the situation I can't tell. Doesn't matter. I scan the area, spot a hollow beneath an ornamental bridge where the water runs too swift for most demons to bother checking. I deposit her there with clinical efficiency. Stay, hide, survive. No comfort, no warmth, just practical commands as I seal the entrance with shadow magic I shouldn't know how to use. The child stares at me through the barrier, and I feel nothing, just mild satisfaction that she won't compromise my mission. The moment passes. My stalkers have noticed my detour. Time to give them what they want. I stumble into the eastern grove with perfectly calculated desperation, letting tears stream down my face. The clearing blooms with toxic moonflowers, their petals dripping hallucinogenic nectar. 12 figures wait in a circle, all wearing order masks except for their leader. Matron Thesix. Her spider-like features are unmistakable even in the crimson moonlight. "Such a pretty little trap," she says in common tongue. Then, switching to Old Demonic. "Secure her quickly. The portal window is limited." I let 2 guards grab my arms, force me to my knees. Inside, I catalogue faces, scents, magical signatures. 7 demons I recognise from court, 3 I don't, and, my blood chills, 2 humans, traitors among the prey. "She's magnificent," one demon breathes, reaching toward my marks. "The binding alone is worth study." "Don't touch her," Thesix snaps. "She's more valuable intact. The 7th Prince's obsession has accidentally created what we've been trying to breed for centuries." They continue in Old Demonic, believing me ignorant. "The ritual requires hybrid blood freely given. We'll break her mind first, make her beg to serve. The Prince's claim makes it sweeter, corrupting his weapon into ours." My marks flare with rage, but I keep my expression terrified. "Where is he?" "Sister." The voice slides from darkness like silk over steel. Prince Malphus emerges from shadow, and my heart genuinely stutters. This wasn't part of the plan. "You started without me," he continues, moving to stand before me. "How rude." "You were followed," Thesix accuses. "We agreed." "I agreed to nothing." His fingers grip my chin, forcing my gaze up. "I merely facilitated, but seeing her now..." His thumb traces my collar. "Perhaps I want a taste before you break her." Real fear spikes through me. If he touches me, truly touches me, the marks will react. Vazriath's claim runs too deep for me to hide it. "The schedule," Thesix begins. The world explodes in blood and shadow. Vazriath arrives like natural disaster given form. One moment empty air, the next, 3 Order members fall with their throats open to the moon. He moves through them like a blade through silk, each kill precisely placed to create maximum terror. "My property," he snarls, chaos magic turning the air electric. "My hunt. My rules." I play my part, cowering as he carves through conspirators, but my eyes never stop moving, memorizing every face, every name spoken in panic. One human traitor tries to run. I extend my foot just enough to trip him into Vazriath's path. The blood spray paints my skin in beautiful patterns. "Kill the hybrid!" Thesix shrieks. "If we can't have her..." Malphus moves faster than thought, golden blade aimed at my heart. But I'm not the helpless pet anymore. I roll aside, letting him stumble into Vazriath's range. The brothers collide in a storm of violence that shakes the grove. I use the chaos to hunt. 2 conspirators dead before they realise I'm moving. A third manages a scream before I tear his throat out with teeth that have grown too sharp. Their blood tastes of secrets and lies, and I drink deep. "Old demonic," I whisper to the 4th as I pin her. "You spoke of breeding programs, names, now..." Her eyes widen in horror. "You understood everything." I press claws to her jugular. "Names, or I make this slow." She babbles information. Safe houses, meeting times, financial backers. I memorise it all while watching Vazriath and Malphus tear pieces from each other. My marks burn with the need to help him, to taste Malphus's golden blood. But intelligence first. Always intelligence first. When the conspirator runs dry of information, I open her throat with surgical precision. Quick, clean, merciful by Vazriath's standards. Thesix is the last standing besides the princes. She watches me rise from the corpse with something like approval. "Clever little thing," she says in Old Demonic. "You played us all." "Not clever enough," I reply in kind, enjoying her shock. "You're still breathing." She laughs, the sound like breaking bells. "I'm your grandmother-in-law, child. Kill me, and you'll never know why I protected you." The words freeze me. Protected. But there's no time. Malphus screams as Vazriath tears his left horn free. Golden blood fountains, and the scent drives me mad with hunger. I'm moving before thought catches up, tackling Malphus from behind. We roll through toxic flowers, and I savage him like the animal I'm becoming. Pieces of Prince decorate the grove by the time Vazriath pulls me off. Enough, he commands, though his eyes shine with pride. He's done. Malthus wheezes through a ruined throat, one eye gone, golden blood pooling beneath him. But he's alive. Barely. Why? I snarl, fighting Vazriath's hold. Let me finish. Because a dead martyr serves the order, a broken prince serves me. He turns to Thesix, who hasn't moved. Grandmother, how disappointing. I do what I must for our species' survival. She straightens, dignity intact despite the carnage. As do you, grandson. The hybrid proves it. Take your broken conspirator and go, Vazriath commands. Tell the Order their hunt failed. Tell them she's mine. Tell them if they come for her again, I'll make tonight look like mercy. Thesix inclines her head, then helps the ruined Malthus to his feet. They disappear into shadow, leaving us alone with corpses and moonlight. I'm shaking, not from fear or cold, but from restraint. Every cell screams to chase them, to finish the slaughter, to paint the palace red with conspirator blood. Faye. Vazriath's voice grounds me. Report. I recite names, locations, plans. Everything I gathered while playing victim. His smile grows with each piece of intelligence. My perfect weapon, he murmurs, pulling me against him. My brilliant spy. There's a child, I say suddenly, remembering. Under the bridge. I stop, unsure why I saved her. Humanity, he says softly. It makes you unpredictable, useful. His mouth finds my throat, tasting the blood there. But don't let it make you weak. Never, I promise, and mean it. The hunt continues around us, screams and laughter mixing in the night. But we're still, two predators satisfied with their kill, planning the next. I'm covered in gore, drunk on violence and craving more. The marks pulse with contentment, feeding on the carnage. And somewhere, a child huddles under a bridge, alive because some vestige of who I was moved my hand. But that woman is dying, replaced by something better.
Chapter 8. Vazriath. My father summons me to his throne room at the hour when shadows eat themselves, and I know before I arrive that blood will be the price of his blessing. The throne room stretches vast and terrible, carved from a single block of obsidian that drinks light. Crystallized screams form the pillars, the final moments of those who challenge the king frozen in translucent stone. Their faces twist in eternal agony, a reminder that even princes aren't immune to his wrath. I bring Faye. It's a calculated risk, but leaving her unguarded while the Order licks its wounds would be foolish. She walks beside me, not behind. A statement that doesn't go unnoticed by the courtiers scattered like vultures along the walls. King Asmodeus sits upon his throne of bones, the weight of millennia pressing down on everyone present. His void black eyes track our approach, and I feel his power like hooks in my spine. "My seventh son," he says, voice carrying the resonance of tombs. "The Kinslayer comes at last." I stop at the prescribed distance, inclining my head exactly as much as protocol demands. "Father." 3 brothers dead by mysterious circumstances. He rises, each movement deliberate. And now Malthus maimed beyond recovery. One might think you're thinning the competition. "One might think my brothers were careless," I reply. The pressure hits like a mountain falling. My knees crack against obsidian as his power forces me down, bones grinding under his fury. I bite back the snarl, showing weakness here means death. But Faye doesn't understand court protocols. The moment I hit the ground, she moves. Not away from danger like any sensible human, but toward it. Toward him. The collar flares as she channels my pain into rage, launching herself at the nearest royal guard. Her claws, when did they become true claws, punch through ceremonial armor like paper. The guard screams as she tears into him, savage and efficient. A second guard moves to intervene. He loses his throat for the effort. Fascinating, Asmodeus murmurs. The pressure releases, and I surge to my feet. Faye, enough. She freezes mid-strike, silver blood dripping from her fingers. When she turns, her eyes are pure chrome, reflecting the throne room's horrors. Slowly, recognition returns, and she backs away from the corpses. My father laughs, a sound like grinding stone. She's protective. How touching. He descends from the throne, circling us with predatory interest. This is what you made from human stock? She's mine, I say simply. Yes, I can see that. He stops before Faye, studying the marks that writhe across her visible skin. The Order wants her rather badly. They've been whispering about rituals and hybrid blood. His attention shifts to me. Did you know your mother was investigating similar interests before her death? Ice crystallizes in my veins. What? Oh, yes. Dear Lithania was quite concerned about their breeding experiments. Said they were trying to create something unnatural. She didn't just oppose them, she investigated something more sinister. His grin is all teeth. Ironic, considering what stands before me. Tell me who killed her, I demand, past caring about protocol. Find the Order's true leadership, and you'll have your answer. He returns to his throne, settling like a nightmare given form. I give you 2 weeks. Root them out, discover their purpose, and bring me the head of whoever thinks they can challenge my rule. And my reward? You live. She lives. And perhaps... His eyes glitter with dark amusement. You'll find your mother's murderer in the process. The Order has irritated me, Vazriath. They move in shadows, thinking themselves beyond my reach. Prove them wrong. It will be done. See that it is. He waves dismissal. Oh, and Vazriath. Try not to kill any more brothers. It's tedious replacing you all. We leave under the weight of stares and whispers. Faye's hands shake with residual violence, and I feel her hunger through our bond. For blood, for answers, for me. Time to feed all three. My private training chamber lies deep beneath my quarters, warded with enough protective magic to contain a small war, which is fortunate, given what I intend. You lost control, I say, activating the chamber's barriers. Faye prowls the perimeter like a caged beast. The formal dress she wore to court is torn from her attack, revealing the marks that pulse with agitation. He was hurting you. He's the king. Hurting his subjects is his prerogative. I don't care. She spins to face me, and there's something wild in her expression. The bond screamed when he forced you down. I couldn't... She stops, frustrated. I couldn't not act. Interesting. The collar was meant to ensure her obedience to me, not create protective instincts. Another evolution I didn't anticipate. If you're going to react to every threat, you need better control. I move to the center of the room. Attack me. She doesn't hesitate. The space between us disappears as she launches forward, claws extended. I sidestep, catching her wrist and using her momentum to flip her. She lands hard but rolls, coming up, snarling. Predictable, I taunt. The Order won't announce their intentions with growls. She attacks again, faster this time. I block, counter, force her back. But she's learning. Each exchange teaches her my patterns. When she feints left and strikes right, her claws actually graze my ribs. First blood. The scent of it changes everything. Her pupils dilate as the hunger spikes. She licks her fingers, tasting copper and chaos, and the marks flare brighter. More. Then take it, I challenge. We collide in the chamber's center, no longer training, but truly fighting. She's stronger than she should be, faster than any human has a right to be. When I pin her against the wall, she bites my shoulder hard enough to scar. The pain is exquisite. I return the favor, fangs piercing the junction of her neck and shoulder. Her blood floods my mouth, no longer purely human, carrying traces of my own essence mixed with something entirely new. She tastes like evolution. Fight me! I growl against her throat. Show me the monster you're becoming. She does. We grapple across the chamber floor, each seeking dominance. Training forms dissolve into pure instinct. When she manages to pin me briefly, grinding down in victory, I flip our positions before she can savor it. The Order won't play fair, I tell her, holding her wrists above her head. They'll use every advantage, every weakness. I don't have weaknesses, she snarls. No? I press against her, feeling her pulse race through our bond. Your protective instincts say otherwise. She tries to buck me off, but I hold firm. That's not weakness. It is if they use it against you. I release one wrist to trace her collar. What happens when they threaten me to control you? The thought makes her marks flare violently. I'd kill them all. Exactly what they'd expect. I lean closer, sharing breath. You need to be unpredictable. Use their assumptions against them. Teach me, she demands, and there's desperation beneath the hunger. So I do. I teach her to channel chaos through pain, to turn hunger into weapon. When she masters one technique, I make it harder. When she adapts, I change the rules. Hours pass in a blur of violence and instruction. By the end, we're both bloodied, exhausted, and she's learned to hide her tells, to strike without warning, to use her evolving nature as tool rather than liability. 2 weeks, I remind her as we catch our breath. That's all we have to find, the mastermind. We'll find them, she says with absolute certainty. And when we do... I smile, showing fangs still stained with her blood. Then, my vicious little weapon. We paint Telath red with conspirator blood. She matches my smile, and it's a beautiful, terrible thing. The human girl who cowered in my garden is gone. In her place stands something magnificent. Not fully human, not quite demon, but perfectly mine. 2 weeks to find my mother's killer. Then it'll be interesting to see what Faye becomes by then.
Chapter 9. Faye. I wake to find my reflection missing from Vazriath's mirror, and for one terrifying moment, I think I've finally lost the last piece of my humanity. The obsidian glass that should show truth reflects only shadows where I stand. I move closer, bare feet silent on cold stone, and watch as the surface ripples like dark water. Then, a flash. For a heartbeat, I see myself. Silver eyes that belong to no human, marks that writhe across my skin like living things, fangs visible behind lips stained dark from last night's training. Then nothing again. Just emptiness where I should be. What am I? I whisper to the void, and even my voice sounds wrong. Those harmonics that shouldn't exist, like multiple throats speaking in unison. The bed behind me is empty, silk sheets still warm from Vazriath's presence. A council meeting, I remember dimly. Something about supply routes and territorial disputes. Normal demon politics that feel impossibly distant from what I'm becoming. I dress in servant's clothes. The only things that fit anymore. Simple and dark, and designed to be invisible. My hands shake as I fasten the clasps. When did my fingers become so steady with violence, but clumsy with simple tasks? The collar pulses against my throat, a constant reminder of what binds me. But to what? To whom? The girl who cowered in the crystal garden feels like a story I once heard, not a memory I lived. I need to see them. The humans. The people I used to be. The servant passages are empty at this hour, when demons feast and humans rest before the next shift of toil. I know these paths, memorized them in those first days when escape still seemed possible. My feet carry me down, always down, to where the real work happens. The lower kitchens smell exactly as I remember. grease and fear and resignation thick as smoke. I press myself into an alcove, watching through the archway as humans labour over massive cauldrons and prep stations. Their movements are efficient, mechanical. No wasted motion, because wasted motion means punishment. I recognise some faces. That boy with the scarred hands who used to save bread crusts. The woman with prematurely grey hair who hummed lullabies when she thought no one could hear. They work in silence now, and I wonder if I ever looked that hollow. "You're slowing down, meat." A guard's voice cuts through the kitchen sounds, a Zonak demon, bulky and stupid, but strong enough to break human bones for sport. He looms over a young woman at the vegetable station. "Maybe you need motivation." She doesn't look up, just moves her knife faster. But I see the tremor in her hands, the way her shoulders hunch. I know that posture. I lived in that posture. I said. He grabs her wrist, squeezing until she drops the knife. "You need motivation." The other humans don't react, can't react. To help is to share her fate, and everyone here knows that survival means selective blindness. I understood that once, lived by it. So why are my feet moving? I follow as he drags her toward a storage room, her struggles futile against his grip. She doesn't scream. Screaming makes it worse, just quiet whimpers that might be words if fear hadn't stolen her voice. The storage room door closes behind them with finality. I should leave. This happens every day in Teelith, to hundreds of humans, thousands. I saved one girl during the hunt. I can't save them all. The smart thing, the survivor thing, is to walk away. The first sound of impact makes my decision for me. The door opens silently under my touch. I've learned to move like the predator I'm becoming. Inside, the scene is depressingly familiar. The guard has her pressed against supply shelves, one meaty hand around her throat while the other tears at her clothes. Her face is already bruising from where he struck her. "Please," she manages to whisper. "Please, I'll work faster." "Too late for that," he grunts, fumbling with his belt. "Need to teach you proper respect." The markings on my skin begin to burn. I'm across the room before conscious thought catches up. My hand closes on his shoulder, and he turns with irritation that becomes confusion when he sees me. "What?" The blade slides between his ribs so easily. Just a kitchen knife I picked up without realizing, but in my hands it might as well be chaos-forged steel. His confusion deepens, black blood bubbling from his lips. Wrong choice. I hear myself say in that voice that isn't quite mine anymore. He staggers back and I follow. The knife comes out, goes in again, outside, in. The motion becomes rhythm, becomes meditation. Each strike precise, finding gaps in his natural armour, painting the storage room walls in spreading patterns of black. He falls to his knees, but I don't stop. Can't stop. Each stab is for every human who couldn't fight back, for every moment of helpless terror, for the girl I used to be who would have been in her place. I count without meaning to. 7, 12, 18. His hand twitches toward his weapon. I pin it to the floor with the blade, then find another knife from my belt. When did I start carrying multiple weapons? 23, 27. He's long dead, but the motion has become compulsion. Black blood pools around my knees where I've straddled his corpse, still stabbing with mechanical precision. The woman's whimpers finally penetrate the haze. I look up to find her pressed against the wall, staring at me with terror that eclipses what she showed him. Her torn clothes forgotten, she clutches at the shelves like they might protect her from me. From me. "You're safe," I say, but my voice comes out wrong. Too many harmonics, too much satisfaction bleeding through. "He can't hurt you now." She doesn't move, doesn't breathe, just stares at the thing wearing a human face that turned her attacker into art. I stand slowly, suddenly aware of how I must look. Covered in black blood, multiple knives in my hands, marks glowing with spent violence, The corpse between us has more holes than flesh now, a testament to excessive brutality. Go, I tell her. She runs, sobbing. Not thank you, not relief. Just terror transferred from one monster to another. I stare down at what I've done. 27 stabs. I counted every one. His face is untouched. I was precise even in frenzy, but the rest of him is meat. Dark blood pools around my feet, and I realise I'm not disgusted. I'm satisfied. The journey back to Vazriath's chambers passes in a haze. Servants scatter from my path, human and demon alike. I leave bloody footprints on pristine floors, but no one challenges me. They see the silver burning in my eyes, the casual way I still hold the dripping knives, and they know what I am even if I don't. The chamber door opens before I can touch it. Vazriath stands silhouetted in firelight, already dressed for court in black leather and silver chains. His crimson eyes take in my state, the blood, the weapons, the marks still glowing with violence, and something hungry flashes across his face. 27 times, I say, words spilling out like confession. I stabbed him 27 times. He was dead after 3, maybe 4, but I couldn't stop. I didn't want to stop. He crosses to me in 3 strides, catching my face between his hands. Black blood smears under his fingers, and he doesn't care. Look at you, he murmurs, voice reverent. His thumb traces my cheekbone, spreading gore like paint. My perfect vicious creature. The human I saved was terrified of me. The words taste like ash. More afraid of me than him. Because she's prey, he says simply. And you, my darling, are so beautifully beyond that now. He leans down, pressing his lips to my blood-stained cheek, then my jaw, then the corner of my mouth where copper and chaos linger. You look beautiful in crimson, he breathes against my skin. Absolutely magnificent. I should be horrified, should feel guilt for the excessive violence, shame for the satisfaction it brought. Instead, I lean into his touch, letting him see the truth in my silver eyes. I'm not human anymore, am I? His smile is gentle and terrible all at once. You're something better, something mine. His mouth finds mine in a kiss that tastes of blood and belonging. And you're exactly what you need to be. When he pulls me toward the bathing chamber, I go willingly. The knives clatter to the floor, forgotten. The blood will wash away, but the truth won't. I'm not the girl who hid in Teelith's shadows anymore. I'm the thing that hunts in them, and the terrifying part, I don't want to go back. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world. To protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 10. Vazriath. The Order member hanging in my dungeon has been screaming for 3 hours, but it's the sudden silence that teaches me the most about patience. Why did he stop? Faye prowls the edge of the ritual circle I've carved into the stone floor, her silver eyes tracking the prisoner's shallow breathing. The blood from last night's kitchen incident has been washed away, but I can still smell it on her. That intoxicating mix of violence and satisfaction that clings to her like perfume. Because, I say, selecting a thin blade from my collection, screaming requires hope. He's just realized he has none. The prisoner, a Trollvor demon with scaled wings and too many teeth, hangs from chains spelled to prevent magic use. His yellow eyes track my movements with the dull acceptance of prey that knows it's caught. He was at the hunt, one of the lesser conspirators who thought themselves clever enough to trap my weapon. Now he'll serve a different purpose. You killed that guard too quickly, I tell Faye, circling our guest with deliberate slowness. 27 stabs, you said. Excessive, but ultimately wasteful. He died knowing nothing but pain. This one... I trailed the blade along his scaled chest, not cutting, just promising. He'll give us everything before I grant him that mercy. She steps closer to the circle's edge, and I see the hunger in her eyes. Not for blood this time, but for knowledge. My magnificent creature, evolving past mindless violence into something far more dangerous. Teach me, she says, and then the words carry weight. Not a request from human to demon, but demand from equal to equal. I smile, gesturing her into the circle. First lesson. Pain is a tool, not a goal. Watch. I make the first cut with surgical precision, shallow along nerve clusters that demons share with most sentient species. The Trollvor gasps, muscles tensing, but doesn't scream. Not yet. The body has natural responses, I explain, moving to make a matching cut on the opposite side. Pain, fear, anger. Most interrogators chase the scream, thinking volume equals success. But the real information comes in the spaces between. Faye watches with absolute focus as I work, her head tilting when I choose specific locations. I can feel her mind cataloging every movement through our bond, my student in the art of extracting truth. He was at the hunt, she observes. One of the ones who tried to capture me. Very good. I hand her a different blade, this one designed for precision work. And what does that tell us? She considers, testing the blade's weight. He's not inner circle, they wouldn't risk valuable members on a capture mission. Precisely. So we start with what he does know. Recent memories, meeting locations, names he's overheard. I guide her to stand beside the prisoner, my hand covering hers on the blade's handle, and the heat of our skin sends a jolt of pleasure coursing through my veins. To share this moment with someone is beautiful. Feel for the ridge beneath the third scale. There. Now. Gentle pressure. We want information, not death, I whisper, brushing my ears against her hair. She follows my guidance, and I feel the moment her natural instincts war with my instructions. Her hand trembles slightly with the effort of restraint. I want to go deeper, she admits, voice rough with suppressed violence and seduction. I know. I don't release her hand, using my grip to control the blade's depth. But dead demons tell no tales. Channel that hunger differently. Make him want to tell you everything just to make it stop. The Trollvor whimpers as she finds the nerve cluster, his wings twitching involuntarily. Still no scream, I've trained him too well for that. But his breathing quickens. Start with questions he can answer easily, I instruct. Build pattern of cooperation. She nods, never taking her eyes off her work. What's your name? Silence. Expected. They always resist at first. I show her how to twist the blade just slightly, activating different nerve endings. The Trollvor's scales rattle, involuntary response to specific stimulation. Keithar, he gasps. My name is Keithar. Good. Faye's smile is a thing of dark beauty. See? We're going to be friends, Kethar. Tell me about the hunt. Who gave you orders? What follows is a lesson in patience and precision. I guide her through the physical aspects, where to cut, how deep, which tools for which species. But more importantly, I teach her to read the subject. The way Kethar's left wing twitches when he lies. How his breathing changes when we near dangerous topics. The tells that separate truth from desperate fabrication. The Eclipse Festival, Kethar wheezes after an hour of careful work. Everything happens during the Eclipse Festival. I feel Faye's excitement spike through our bond, but she maintains her composure. My teaching's taking root. That's in 5 days, I note, preparing the materials for the memory extraction ritual. Rather soon for such grand plans. The alignment, Kethar continues, words spilling faster now that we've found his breaking point. The veil is thinnest. The old magic is strongest. They say... He cuts off, fear overriding pain. Faye presses the blade deeper without my guidance, finding the sweet spot between encouragement and damage. They say what? Prince Corvain lives. The words come out in a rush. Your bastard brother, my lord. He leads the order from shadow. He killed your mother himself when she discovered. The temperature in the chamber drops 20 degrees. Frost spreads across the stone walls as my control slips for just a moment. Corvain, father's hidden shame, dead in a training accident decades ago. Discovered what? My voice is too calm, too controlled. Faye glances at me, reading the fury beneath the surface. But Kethar has clamped down again, terror of the Order overriding his fear of us. Time for more direct methods. Help me prepare the ritual, I tell Faye, forcing my rage into cold purpose. If he won't speak willingly, we'll take his memories by force. The ritual circle requires specific components: chaos-touched silver for binding, obsidian dust for clarity, and blood for power. Always blood. I show Faye how to arrange the symbols, her quick mind grasping the patterns immediately. Your blood or mine? She asks, already understanding the price of such magic. Both. I slice my palm, then hers, our blood mingling as it drips onto the carved symbols. The moment our blood touches, the connection between us flares to life. Deeper than the collar, more primal than the marks. Feel the flow of power. Direct it with intention, not force. She nods, closing her eyes as I guide her through the mental preparations. When she opens them again, they're pure silver, marks glowing in response to the building magic. Together, I murmur, and we speak the words of extraction in unison. The ritual is not gentle. Kethar screams now, not from physical pain, but from the violation of having his memories forcibly extracted. Images flow between us, shared through our connected blood. A gathering in the abandoned cathedral. Hooded figures speaking in hushed tones. Documents exchanged showing breeding records, bloodline charts, success rates. The vessel must be strong, powerful with thirst for power, at the same time pure in spirit, a voice says. Familiar but distorted. The hybrid girl is perfect. The prince's corruption makes her stronger. The Eclipse Festival preparations. Multiple sites throughout Tyleth where the veil will be weakest. Other hybrids. Failed experiments kept in underground facilities. Faye isn't unique, just the most successful. Names, faces, lords and ladies I've dined with. Matrons who blessed my birth. Brothers who share my blood. The corruption runs deeper than I imagined. What's 17? There's probably tens or hundreds of conspirators. The ritual concludes with Kethar convulsing, mind shattered from the forced extraction. He'll live. Barely. But his usefulness is ended. 5 days, Faye says, processing what we've learned. Her control never wavered during the ritual, even when the worst revelations came. They're planning something massive. A summoning, I confirm, cleaning our tools with methodical precision. They want to bring something through during the eclipse. Something that requires hybrid blood. She looks at the broken demon, then at her hands. Steady despite everything we've done. I could have gotten that information faster. One cut in the right place. But then we'd have only his death, not his memories. I settle her against me, uncaring of the blood still covering us both. You did perfectly. Patience in interrogation is its own form of power. She leans into me, and I feel her satisfaction through our bond, not just at the information gained, but at her own control. The mindless violence of yesterday replaced by calculated precision. "What now?" she asks. "Now we prepare." I tilt her chin up, seeing my own darkness reflected in her silver eyes. 5 days to unravel a conspiracy years in the making. 5 days to stop my dead brother from whatever madness he plans. 5 days to turn you from weapon into war. Her smile is sharp as the blades we've been using. I'm ready. I believe her. My perfect, evolving creature. Together we'll paint Tyleth red with conspirator blood. But first, we'll make them tell us everything. The Eclipse Festival approaches, and with it, answers written in blood and shadow. Let them come. Let them all come. They have no idea what we've become together.
Chapter 11. Fae. Days before the festival, we hit one of the facilities. The breeding facility's stench hits me before we even enter. Fear, death, and failed magic rotting in the air. This is wrong, I whisper, pressing closer to Vazriath as we descend into the underground complex. The entrance was hidden beneath a legitimate merchant's warehouse, protected by wards that Kithel had to spend an hour unravelling. Now, standing in the narrow corridor that leads down into darkness, every instinct screams at me to run. Most necessary things are, Vazriath replies, his hand finding the small of my back. Through our deep bond, I feel his cold determination masking something deeper, disgust that mirrors my own. Remember why we're here. The memories we ripped from Kethar's mind. Breeding facilities throughout Tilith where the Order experiments with creating hybrids. Failed attempts at recreating what I've become. The knowledge sits like poison in my stomach. The corridor opens into a vast underground chamber, and I have to swallow bile. Cages line the walls, dozens of them, most empty, their bars twisted and marked with old blood. The few that are occupied. Oh gods, I breathe. They were human once. I see it in the bone structure, the remnants of softer features. But what stares back at me through the bars barely qualifies as sentient. One has scales growing in patches, weeping pus where they meet flesh. Another's marks glow so bright they've burned through skin, leaving charred wounds that won't heal. A third rocks in the corner of her cage, keening a wordless song that makes my marks pulse in sympathy. 12, Vazriath counts clinically. 12 failures to your 1 success. They're not failures, I snap, surprising myself with the vehemence. They're people. Were people, he corrects, moving deeper into the chamber. Now they're weapons waiting to be aimed. I follow because I have no choice, but each cage we pass tears something inside me. These could have been me. Would have been me if the collar's binding had gone differently, if my body had rejected the marks, if 1,000 small things had shifted. Help. Me. The voice is so soft I almost miss it. In the furthest cage, a figure uncurls from the shadows. A girl, maybe 16 human years, with marks that mirror mine but wrong. They pulse red instead of silver, creating patterns that hurt to look at. Stay back, Vazriath warns, but I'm already at the bars. The girl crawls forward, and I see intelligence in her eyes despite the madness swimming at the edges. Her hair might have been blonde once, now it's white as bone, matted with blood and worse. You're like me, she whispers, reaching through the bars with fingers that end in claws too long for her hands. But you're whole. How are you whole? What's your name? I ask, ignoring Vazriath's growl of warning. Lysa. Her smile is too wide, showing teeth filed to points. They called me Lisa before the burning, before the prince with golden horns made me special. Malphas, of course. How long have you been here? Days, years, forever. She laughs, the sound breaking into a sob halfway through. Time moves different when you're burning from inside, but you're not burning, you're balanced. How? I reach through the bars, letting her touch my marks. The moment our skin makes contact, pain shoots through me. Her magic is chaos without anchor, eating her alive from within. Through the connection, I see flashes of her transformation. The ritual done wrong, too much power forced too fast, no bond to ground her. It's a trap, she says suddenly, grip tightening on my wrist. They knew you'd come. The prince who smells like shadows told them. They want to see if you can fix us, or if we can break you. The wards around the facility flare to life before I can process her warning. Alarms shriek through the complex as footsteps thunder down the corridor we entered through. Predictable, Vazriath says, but there's pride in his voice. They always underestimate us. Kill me, Lysa begs, pressing closer to the bars. Please, I've been burning for so long. The others, some are too far gone to even remember death. But I remember, I want it. My marks flare in response to her pain, and I understand with horrible clarity what Vazriath meant. These aren't people anymore. They're torture given form, weapons that hurt themselves more than any enemy. Faye. Vazriath's hand is on my shoulder. We have minutes at most. I look at the other cages. Some occupants watch us with feral hunger. Others don't react at all, lost in their own agony. One male hybrid throws himself against his bars repeatedly, skin splitting with each impact only to heal wrong. We can't leave them like this, I say. No, he agrees. We can't. The first wave of guards bursts into the chamber, Zonak demons with chaos-touched weapons. Vazriath moves like liquid shadow, cutting through them with brutal efficiency. But more are coming. I can hear them, smell them, feel the vibrations of their approach. Please, Lysa whispers again. Let me die free. I make my choice. The lock on her cage shatters under my touch. When did I learn to channel chaos through my hands? Lysa staggers out, swaying on legs that bend wrong. Her gratitude tastes like copper through our brief connection. The others? She asks. I'm already moving, breaking locks with touches that burn silver. Some hybrids cower deeper in their cages. Others stumble out, confused, aggressive, lost. The male who was throwing himself against bars immediately attacks the nearest guard, tearing through armour with hands that phase between solid and smoke. What are you doing? Vazriath snarls, decapitating a guard who got too close. Giving them a choice, I reply, freeing the last cage. Death in battle or death in chains. The chamber becomes chaos. Hybrid fight guards. Guards fight us. Some hybrids fight each other. Blood, red, black, silver, and colours that shouldn't exist, paints the walls. Through it all, Lysa stays near me, lucid enough to be useful but fading fast. There's another way out, she pants, pointing to a section of wall. They bring food through there. It leads to the surface. We fight our way through the melee. Some hybrids follow, whether recognising escape or just following movement. Others remain, lost to bloodlust or madness. The scaled one from the first cage falls, finally finding peace in a guard's blade. The woman who was keening tears out her own throat rather than be recaptured. The passage is narrow, dark, filled with the copper taste of desperation. Behind us, the sounds of battle fade as we distance ourselves from the main chamber. Only 5 hybrids made it out, Lysa and 4 others in various states of deterioration. We emerge in an alley 3 blocks from the warehouse, the night air a blessing after the facility's stench. The hybrids scatter immediately, vanishing into Tilith's shadows. All except Lysa. Thank you, she says, swaying on her feet. The moonlight makes her wrong marks look like wounds. For letting me choose. Where will you go? I ask. Her smile is peaceful now. To find the sun. They say it burns us, the failed ones. Burns until there's nothing left but ash. She cups my face with claws that are already beginning to smoke. Don't let them make more of us. Promise. I promise, I whisper. She nods and walks away, each step more laboured than the last. I watch until she turns a corner, following her path toward the eastern horizon, where dawn will come in a few hours. You killed them all, Vazriath says. Not an accusation, just observation. I freed them all, I correct, finally understanding the weight of mercy. Death was the kindness they needed. He pulls me against him, and I breathe in his scent, chaos and copper and something uniquely his. My soft-hearted monster, he murmurs into my hair. You gave them choice where the Order gave them only chains. Will they all die? I ask, thinking of the 4 who vanished into the night. Most likely. Their transformations are unstable, incomplete. Without bonds to anchor them, the chaos will consume them within days. He tilts my chin up, forcing me to meet his crimson gaze. But they'll die free. You gave them that. The facility burns behind us, Kithel's parting gift, ensuring no more experiments happen there. But we both know there are other facilities, other failures, other horrors waiting in the shadows of Teelith. 4 days until the Eclipse Festival, I say, watching smoke rise into the night sky. 4 days to stop them from making more. 4 days to turn their weapon against them, Vazriath agrees. My beautiful, terrible weapon who grants death as gently as she deals it. I think of Lissa walking toward the dawn, of 12 souls finally free from their torment, of the promise I made. The Order wants to create an army of hybrids. They don't understand that they've already created their own ending. They created me, and I'll burn their entire conspiracy to ash before I let them torture another soul the way they tortured those 12. My skin markings pulse with promise, and I feel Vazriath's dark satisfaction through our bond. 4 days to prepare, 4 days to plan, 4 days until we paint the Eclipse Festival red with conspirator blood.
Chapter 12. Vazriath. The wards around my private chamber scream in protest, then simply cease to exist. I'm on my feet before the door opens, chaos magic coiling around my hands like liquid violence. Faye rises from where she's been studying maps of Teelith's underground, her marks flaring silver in response to the threat. The way she moves now, fluid, predatory, ready to kill, sends dark satisfaction through me even as danger prickles along my spine. Such drama. A voice like aged silk cuts through the tension. One would think you'd welcome your grandmother with more warmth, Vazrith. Matron Thesix glides into my chambers as if she owns them. As if the blood wards I've spent decades perfecting are nothing more than spider silk to brush aside. Her form fills the doorway. 8 feet of elegant horror wrapped in midnight robes that seem to absorb light. The spider-like characteristics of her Type B demon heritage are more pronounced tonight. 4 arms folded with deliberate grace, multiple eyes gleaming like black pearls in the firelight. You dare, I begin, but she silences me with a gesture that makes my teeth ache. I dare much, grandson, including keeping you alive when half the Order wants your entrails for decoration. She moves deeper into the room, and I notice how Faye shifts to keep distance between them. Smart girl. But we have more pressing concerns than your wounded pride. Get out! The words come out as a growl, my scarred horn throbbing with the effort of containing my rage. You stood with them. You watched as they plotted my mother's death. I did more than watch. Thesix settles into my favorite chair with the casual arrogance of apex predators everywhere. I helped plan it. The temperature in the room drops 20 degrees. Frost spreads across the walls as my control slips. Beside me, Faye's breathing has gone shallow, her newly silver eyes tracking every movement like the predator she's becoming. Choose your next words carefully, I warn, feeling my claws extend. Grandmother or not, I'll paint these walls with your blood. She laughs, a sound like crystal breaking in a tomb. Oh, my dear boy, you could try, but then you'd never learn the truth about Corvain, about what he's become, about why even your father fears him now. That stops me cold. Even if that prisoner told me, I couldn't believe it, but now I shake my head. Corvain is dead. Corvain has transcended death. Thessex leans forward, and I catch the scent of old blood and older magic clinging to her robes. Did you think the Order's experiments were limited to breeding humans? Your brother discovered something far more valuable, a way to consume souls, to add their power to his own. My blood turns to ice. Soul consumption is forbidden magic, the kind that corrupts the user beyond recognition. How many? Hundreds. Her multiple eyes glitter with something that might be fear. Perhaps thousands. Every failed hybrid. Every conspirator who disappointed him. Every rival who stood in his way. He's become something that shouldn't exist. A demon with the collected power of multitudes. Why tell us this? Faye's voice cuts through the tension, steady despite the danger. My clever weapon, always thinking. What do you gain? Thessex's attention shifts to her, and I have to suppress the urge to step between them. Ah, the hybrid speaks. Tell me, child, do you know what you are? What you're becoming? I'm his, Faye says simply, and the certainty in her voice makes something primitive purr in my chest. Yes, but you're also more. Thessex rises, moving closer with that spider-like grace. You carry the original blood, the first humans to move between worlds, the ones that passed through. Portal walkers, they were called. Legends. Fitting sacrifices. I feel Faye's shock through our bond, but she doesn't let it show. My perfect controlled weapon. Corvain needs her blood for the Eclipse ritual, Thessex continues. Not just any hybrid, her specifically. The Portal Walker bloodline is the key to opening a permanent gateway. But he doesn't want to return to our dead world. He wants to drain Protheka itself, consume every soul on this planet to fuel his ascension to godhood. You're lying, I snarl. But even as I say it, pieces click into place. The Order's obsession with specific bloodlines. The way they hunted Faye so relentlessly. The fear in my father's void black eyes. I'm many things, grandson, but not a liar. She produces a vial from her robes, something that writhes with darkness barely contained by glass. This is soul poison, the only substance in existence that can kill someone who's consumed multiple souls. But it requires a specific delivery method. Let me guess, Faye says, her tone dry as bone. My blood. Your blood. Thessex sets the vial on my desk with deliberate care. The Portal Walker line was blessed with the ability to traverse between life and death. You don't just kill, child. You escort souls to their final destination. It's why your murders feel so satisfying. Mix this with your blood. I watch Faye process this information, see the moment she accepts it as truth. Because we both remember the peace in that dying hybrid's eyes, the gratitude of souls finally free. Why help us? I demand. You were part of the conspiracy. You stood with the Order. I stand with survival. Thessex moves toward the door, then pauses. Corvain has become an abomination that threatens everything. Even the Order fears him now, though they're too deep in his web to escape. Kill him during the Eclipse Festival when the veil is thinnest and his power most unstable, or watch him devour every soul on Protheka and every demon that stands in this continent. And your price? Because there's always a price with ancient demons. Her smile is all teeth and terrible promise. Consider it paying a debt. Your mother discovered my protection of certain bloodlines. She threatened to expose me unless I helped her stop the breeding programs. I couldn't let her disrupt centuries of careful planning, so I removed the obstacle. The rage that floods through me is incandescent. I'm moving before thought catches up, claws aimed at her throat. But Faye's there first, intercepting me with her body, her hands on my chest. "No," she says quietly. "Not yet. We need her." "She killed my mother," I snarl. But I don't push past Faye. Can't, with her looking at me with those impossible silver eyes. "And I'll pay for that sin," Thessic says. "After Corvain is dead. I give you my oath. Once he falls, my life is yours to take, but not before." "Swear it," Faye commands. And there's something in her voice that makes even my ancient grandmother flinch. "Swear by the blood that binds us all." Thessic's eyes narrow, but she nods. "By my soul, by the chains of kinship, by the power that flows between worlds. I swear my life to Vazrith, once Corvain dies by your joined hands." Magic seals the oath, making the air taste of copper and finality. "One more thing," Thessic says as shadows gather around her. "Corvain has your father, little hybrid, the human who calls himself Wit. He's using him as bait, knowing you'll come." Faye goes still against me, and I feel her pain through our bond. The father she never knew she had, now a hostage. 3 days, Thessic continues. "You have 3 days to prepare. Learn to work as one or die as two." She pauses at the threshold. "Oh, and grandson? Your mother would have loved her. The irony is exquisite." Then she's gone, leaving only the scent of old blood and the weight of impossible choices. I look down at Faye, seeing the calculation in her eyes. The way she's already planning, strategizing, preparing to face a brother who's become a monster. "We're going to kill them all," she says, her voice carrying those harmonics that mark her as no longer human. "Corvain, the Order, anyone who stands between us and ending this." "Yes," I agree, pulling her closer. "But first, we need to understand what you are. Portal Walker blood, Soul Guide, my perfect weapon. You're going to be magnificent." She kisses me then, all teeth and hunger and dark promise. When we part, her marks are glowing and her fangs are extended. "Teach me to kill a god," she whispers against my mouth. And I smile because my little human has become something so much more. Something that might just be enough to save us all. Or damn us in the most beautiful way possible. 3 days to prepare. 3 days to forge ourselves into a weapon sharp enough to cut down a would-be god. I can hardly wait to see what we become.
Chapter 13. Faye. I wake to pain that feels like rebirth, my skull splitting with pressure that makes me claw at my temples. My fingers meet something that shouldn't exist, smooth, curved protrusions emerging from my hairline. The shock of it sends me stumbling from Vazriath's bed to the obsidian mirror, and what greets me steals my breath. Horns. Delicate but unmistakably demonic, they curve back from my temples like polished obsidian crescents. They're smaller than Vazriath's, more elegant, but they mark me as something no longer human in ways the marks never could. "No," I whisper, but even my voice has changed. Those harmonics have deepened, carrying resonance that makes the mirror tremble. What's going on? I don't understand. But it's not horror I feel. It's hunger. Not for blood this time. I've fed that appetite well these past days. This is different, deeper, a craving that makes my skin feel too tight and my marks pulse with need. Every nerve ending screams for something I can't name, something that makes me press my thighs together as heat pools low in my belly. Through our connection, I feel him, Vazriath, training in his private arena 3 floors below. The sensation of his movement, his controlled violence as he spars, sends waves of want through me so intense I have to grip the mirror's frame to stay upright. I dress without thinking. leather pants that cling like second skin, a top that barely contains the marks writhing across my torso. No shoes. I've learned to move like the demons do, silent and sure on bare feet that barely touch the ground. The arena door is open when I arrive. 5 of Vazriath's elite guards circle him, chaos magic crackling between their weapons as they coordinate their assault. He moves through them like smoke given lethal form, every dodge and strike a testament to centuries of perfected violence. He's shirtless, ash-grey skin gleaming with sweat that traces the map of scars across his chest. His black hair is tied back, revealing the sharp angles of his face and the wicked length of his intact horn. The scarred one catches the light differently, and something about that imperfection makes my new hunger roar. "Leave," I command, and my voice carries power that makes all 6 demons freeze. The guards look to their prince, confusion evident in their scaled and horned faces. But Vazriath, he's staring at me with crimson eyes gone dark with something that matches my hunger. "You heard her," he says, never looking away from me. "Go." They file out with suspicious haste, and then we're alone in the circular chamber where I first learned to kill with precision. "Your horns," he breathes, and there's reverence in his voice that makes my marks flare brighter. "You're becoming—" "Shut up!" I snarl, and then I'm moving. I launch myself at him with all the inhuman speed I've gained, claws extended, teeth bared. He meets me halfway, and we collide in the centre of the arena like natural disasters given flesh. He catches my wrist as I swing for his throat, using my momentum to spin me against him. My back hits his chest, and the contact sends electricity through every nerve. I drive an elbow back, catching his ribs, and he grunts, not pain, but approval. "Is this what you need?" He growls against my ear, one hand tangling in my hair while the other pins my arm. "To fight? To prove your new power?" I answer by throwing my head back, my new horns catching him across the jaw. He releases me with a laugh that's pure dark delight, and I spin to face him, chest heaving. "I need—" But I can't finish because he's attacking now and I have to move. We dance around each other, trading blows that would shatter human bones. I've learned to read his patterns, to anticipate the way he favours his left when he's setting a trap. My claws drag across his chest, drawing silver blood that makes my mouth water. He retaliates by catching my leg as I kick, pulling me off balance and onto the sand. I roll to avoid his follow-through, coming up in a crouch. Sand clings to my sweat-slicked skin, and I see the way his eyes track the movement, the way his breathing has changed from exertion to something else entirely. "You're holding back," I accuse, circling him like the predator I've become. "So are you." He matches my movements, and it becomes a different kind of dance. "Afraid you'll hurt me, little weapon?" The challenge in his voice breaks my last restraint. I stop thinking, stop planning, just move on instinct that's part human stubbornness and part demon hunger. We clash again and again, each impact sending shockwaves through the arena. His hands on my skin burn like brands. My teeth in his shoulder draw sounds that have nothing to do with pain. When he finally pins me, both wrists above my head, his weight holding me against the sand, we're both breathing hard, bodies aligned in ways that make the hunger scream. "Yield," he commands, but his voice is rough with want that matches mine. "Never," I breathe, then arch up to bite his throat. He groans, the sound vibrating through me, and suddenly the fight transforms. His grip on my wrists gentles but doesn't release. When he kisses me, it's with all the violence we've been holding back, teeth and tongue and desperate need.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these 2 characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
I've never wanted anything the way I want him, to consume and be consumed, to lose myself in this wild darkness we create together. When he moves in me, it's with the controlled violence that defines him, and I meet him with equal force, nails raking down his back, teeth finding purchase wherever they can reach. I've never... He breaks off, pressing his forehead to mine as we move together. In 500 years, I've never wanted anyone the way I want you. Never needed. I know, I interrupt, because I can feel it through our bond. Feel his desperate desire not just for my body, but for all of me, the monster and the woman, the weapon and the soul. I know, Vazriath. I feel it too. The pleasure builds between us like a storm, chaos magic making every sensation sharper, deeper, more. When he bites down on the junction of my neck and shoulder, marking me again, I shatter. The release crashes over me in waves that seem endless, each crest higher than the last, and I'm dimly aware of screaming his name as my vision goes silver. He follows me over with a roar that shakes dust from the ceiling, his release triggering another surge of magic that leaves us both trembling in the aftermath. We lie tangled in the sand-turned glass, breathing hard, Mark still pulsing with residual power. I trace the new wounds I've left on his chest, amazed they're already healing. You gave me this, I say quietly, gesturing to encompass everything, the horns, the marks, the power thrumming through my veins. I should hate you for it, for making me a monster. Do you? His hand comes up to trace my new horns with something like wonder. No. I meet his crimson gaze, letting him see the truth. You gave me power when I had none, strength when I was weak. You gave me the ability to choose my own fate instead of cowering in shadows. I press a kiss to a half-healed bite mark. That's the greatest salvation anyone's ever offered me. Tomorrow, he begins, but I silence him with another kiss. Tomorrow we kill a god, I say against his lips. Tonight we're just us, whatever that means now. He pulls me closer, and I feel the truth he can't quite voice, that he's as lost in this as I am, as changed by what we've become together. Tomorrow we face Corvain and the Order, and the weight of impossible odds. But tonight, with my new horns gleaming in the firelight, and his marks still burning on my skin, we're perfect in our monstrosity. And that's enough.
Chapter 14, Vazrith. The Eclipse Festival begins as all demon celebrations do, with blood, degradation, and the promise of worse to come. The Great Hall of Talith has been transformed into a monument to excess. Crystalline fountains flow with blood instead of water, the crimson cascades catching the pre-eclipse light like liquid rubies. Nobles lounge on divans made from human bones, their pets crawling between tables laden with delicacies that still twitch on silver platters. I watch it all from the royal entrance, Faye beside me in a gown that's more suggestion than fabric. Black silk clings to her curves, split to reveal the silver marks that writhe across her skin like living art. Her new horns gleam with oil I rubbed into them myself, a mate's privilege that still sends possessive satisfaction through me. Yes, I declare her my mate, for our purpose. Ready? I murmur, offering her my arm. Her silver eyes scan the debauchery below, humans chained to pillars, forced to hold impossible positions, while demons place wagers on who will collapse first. Others sprawl naked across the floor, bodies painted with sigils that mark them as communal property for the night's entertainment. They're going to stare, she says, touching one delicate horn self-consciously. Let them. I pull her closer, breathing in her scent. Chaos magic and something uniquely hers. You're magnificent. My perfect queen of monsters. We descend the obsidian stairs, and conversation dies like a wave across the hall. 500 pairs of eyes fix on Faye's horns, on the marks that declare her mine, on the predatory grace that marks her as no mere human pet. Is that... Someone whispers. The prince's hybrid, another confirms. But those horns... Silence, I command, and my voice carries enough threat to still tongues. We come to present ourselves to the king. The crowd parts, revealing the path to my father's throne. We pass tables where demons feast on delicacies served on human backs, the slaves forced to remain perfectly still, despite hot wax dripping onto their skin. A matron to my left has 3 humans leashed at her feet, feeding them scraps while discussing trade routes with her neighbor. The smell of sex and violence hangs thick in the air. In alcoves along the walls, demons indulge their basest appetites with human playthings who've long since stopped screaming. A young man stumbles past, glassy-eyed from whatever drugs they forced into him, naked except for the bite marks covering his skin. This is Teelith at its most honest, cruel, depraved, reveling in the suffering of those deemed lesser. And I'm about to present a human-demon hybrid as my equal. King Asmodeus lounges on his throne of bones, void black eyes tracking our approach. He's dressed in ceremonial armor that makes him look like Death's own avatar. At his feet, a new pet writhes, a human woman whose beauty hasn't yet been destroyed by his attention. My son, he says as we reach the dais, and his creature. I feel Faye tense beside me, but she doesn't react to the insult. My clever weapon knows when to strike and when to wait. Father, I incline my head exactly as protocol demands. I present Faye, my chosen mate, blessed by chaos to stand at my side. Gasps echo through the hall. Presenting a human as mate from a prince, nonetheless, even one as transformed as Faye, is unprecedented. Several nobles half rise from their seats before thinking better of challenging me directly. Your mate? Asmodeus leans forward, studying Faye with interest that makes my teeth clench. Show me these horns I've heard whispers about. Faye steps forward without hesitation, tilting her head to display the obsidian crescents. Under the festival lights, they seem to glow with inner fire. Fascinating, my father murmurs. And her blood? Before I can protest, he gestures, and invisible force slices across Faye's palm. Silver-red blood wells up, crackling with chaos energy that makes several nearby demons step back. Portal Walker blood, a new voice observes. How absolutely perfect. The temperature in the hall plummets. Shadows gather at the main entrance, coalescing into a figure that makes my blood freeze. He wears Savron's face, our brother who ate his own tongue, but the features are wrong. Too perfect, too animated. And the eyes burn with collected soul fire that no single demon should possess. Hello, family, Corvain says, spreading arms that trail shadow like smoke. Did you miss me? He moves into the hall with impossible grace, and I realize with sick certainty that he's not wearing Savron's face. He's wearing Savron's actual skin, preserved by soul magic and stretched over his own features like a mask. Demons scramble away from his path. Even the most debauched nobles recognize a greater predator. The humans sense it too, cowering and whimpering as he passes. Corvain, Father says, and for once there's uncertainty in his voice. You were dead. I was becoming. Corvain ascends the dais without permission, a killing offense that Father doesn't challenge. 40 years in the shadows, learning to harvest what others waste. Every failed experiment, every executed traitor, every soul condemned to suffer. I gave them purpose. He turns to me, and beneath Savron's stolen features, I catch glimpses of something else. Something vast and hungry that has no fixed form. Baby brother, he croons. Still playing with your pets, I see. Though this one... His attention shifts to Faye, and I move instinctively to block his view. Oh, she's special. The key to everything. If you touch her, Corvain laughs, the sound echoing with 1,000 consumed voices. I'm going to remake her. But first... He snaps his fingers and guards drag a figure from the shadows. Bound in chaos-touched chains, bloodied but still breathing. A human man with Faye's eyes and power that tastes familiar. Father. The word tears from Faye's throat before she can stop it. Wit raises his head with effort. Don't, he rasps. It's a trap. Corvain backhands him casually, sending him sprawling. Now then, according to the old laws, I have the right to challenge for what I believe is mine. His devious smile is all teeth beneath stolen skin. I challenge Prince Vazriath for ownership of the hybrid. Trial by combat under the Eclipse's shadow. You can't, I start. Actually, he can. Thesix materializes from the crowd, moving with spider-like grace to stand between us. The honor duel, ancient law states any demon may challenge for an unconsummated mate bond. We are mated, I snarl. Mated, yes, but not truly bonded. Corvain circles us like a shark scenting blood. I can smell it on her. Chaos and marking and your essence, but not the final binding. She hasn't drunk from your soul, nor shared it. Us royal demons are different, brother. His grin widens, which means she's still technically property to be won. I feel the trap closing but can't see a way out. To refuse the challenge would brand me coward, undermining everything. To accept... I'll fight, Faye says, stepping forward. If it's my ownership in question, I claim the right to defend myself. Corvain's laughter shakes the crystal walls. Beautiful. The pet thinks she has rights. Tell me, little hybrid, do you even know what you're defending against? The eclipse begins outside, reality starting to fray at the edges. Through the massive windows, the blood moon devours the sun in increments. I know you're a kinslayer who wears his brother's skin, Faye says steadily. I know you're an abomination that feeds on souls, and I know exactly how to kill you. Interest flickers in those soulfire eyes. Do you now? How delightful. Then by all means, let's make this interesting. You and your prince together against me, when the eclipse reaches totality. He spreads his arms wide. Unless you'd prefer I start the entertainment early? Humans throughout the hall begin screaming as invisible force grips them. Their souls shine visible through their skin, starting to tear free. Stop, I command. Accept the challenge. Corvain's voice carries harmonics of every soul he's consumed. Or I'll drain every human in this hall as an appetizer. I look at Faye, seeing my own determination reflected in her silver eyes. We both know this is what he planned all along, but we also know we have no choice. We accept, I say. Corvain releases the humans, who collapse gasping. Wonderful. 1 hour until totality. Do try to make it entertaining. I've been so bored eating lesser souls. He vanishes in a cloud of shadow and stolen voices, leaving us standing before my father's throne as the court erupts in chaos. You realize he means to kill you both, Asmodeus observes, sounding almost curious about the outcome. Then we'll die together, Faye says, taking my hand. But we'll take him with us. I squeeze her fingers, feeling the truth of our bond even if it's not complete by ancient law. 1 hour to prepare. 1 hour until we face a would-be god-killer under a blood eclipse. The festival continues around us, demons returning to their debauchery with renewed fervor. After all, they might be watching the last Eclipse Festival ever held. Time to prove them wrong.
Chapter 15, Faye. The crystalline arena transforms as the eclipse reaches its peak, reality bending like molten glass around us. I stand beside Vazriath at the centre, the vial of soul poison mixed with my blood clutched in my hand. The mixture glows silver black, pulsing with each heartbeat as if alive. Around us, Hundreds of demons pack the viewing balconies, their hunger for violence palpable in the air. "Remember," Vazriath murmurs, his hand briefly touching mine. "He'll try to separate us. Don't let him." I nod, trying to ignore how my father hangs in chains at the arena's edge, forced to watch. His eyes, my eyes, bore into mine with desperate warning. Corvain materializes from shadow, still wearing Savron's skin like a grotesque costume. But now, in the eclipse light, I can see what lies beneath. A writhing mass of consumed souls pressing against the stolen flesh, faces appearing and disappearing in silent screams. "Ready to dance, little hybrid?" His voice carries the harmonics of 1,000 deaths. "I've been waiting so long for a proper challenge." He doesn't wait for an answer. The first attack comes faster than thought, a wave of pure soul force that turns the sand to glass. I dive left as Vazriath goes right, the blast passing between us close enough to singe my marks. "Predictable," Corvain laughs, already moving. He splits into 3 forms, each wearing a different face from the souls he's consumed. One has golden horns that can only belong to a young Malphas. Another bears the scarred visage of a demon I don't recognise. The third keeps Savran's stolen features. They attack in perfect coordination. I barely dodge a claw strike from Malphas Corvain, rolling under his guard to slash at his ribs with my own claws. Silver blood sprays, but he just laughs as the wound seals instantly. Vazriath engages the other 2. His movements a deadly dance I've watched and learned from. He decapitates scarred Corvain, but the head simply reattaches with threads of soul light. "You can't kill what's already dead." All 3 versions speak in unison. "But please keep trying. Your desperation is delicious." I uncap the soul poison, coating my bloody claws with the viscous mixture. The next time Malphas Corvain lunges, I'm ready. My claws dance across his chest, leaving 4 deep furrows that hiss and smoke. His scream shakes the arena. Black rot spreads from the wounds, eating at the stolen flesh. But instead of dying, he absorbs the 2 other forms back into himself, becoming whole again. "Clever," he admits, pressing a hand to the wounds that won't heal. "Grandmother's recipe, if I'm not mistaken. Too bad I've evolved beyond such simple poisons." The arena floor cracks, souls erupting from beneath like geysers. They swirl around us, fragments of everyone he's consumed, their essence corrupted into weapons. A soul blade materializes in his hand, crackling with stolen power. "Faye," Vazriath's warning comes a heartbeat too late. Corvain moves with impossible speed, the soul blade aimed at my heart. I twist, but know I won't be fast enough. Metal meets soul force with a sound like reality tearing. My father stands between us, Corvain's blade buried deep in his chest, chains dangling broken from his wrists. "No," the word rips from my throat. "My daughter," he gasps, "silver blood. When did his blood become silver?" Pouring from the wound. "My brave, impossible daughter. I'm so sorry. For everything." Corvain wrenches the blade free with a snarl of frustration. Touching. The failed experiment protecting his spawn, how poetic. My father collapses, and something inside me breaks. The patterns on my skin don't just glow, they ignite. Power floods through me, raw and wild and tasting of portals between worlds I can't open, but can somehow sense. "You want my blood," I hear myself say, voice carrying harmonics that rival his. "Come and take it." I move faster than I've ever moved, faster than should be possible. My claws, still coated with soul poison, find purchase again and again. Corvain's stolen face shreds under my assault, revealing glimpses of the writhing mass beneath. Vazriath strikes from behind, his blade severing Corvain's right arm. It dissolves into soul smoke, then reforms, but weaker. The poison is working, just slowly. Enough, Corvain roars. Power explodes from him, sending us both flying. I hit the arena wall hard enough to crack stone, tasting copper. Through blurred vision, I see him standing at the centre, souls swirling around him in a massive vortex. You think you've won something? He laughs, gesturing to my father's still form. You've lost everything. Watch as I consume every soul in this arena. Your prince, your pathetic father, everyone who dared witness this. The vortex expands, and I feel it pulling at my essence. Around us, demons scream as their souls begin to tear free. Even Thessix, watching from her place of honour, grips her chair as the pull intensifies. Faye, my father whispers. He's crawling toward me, leaving a trail of silver blood. The poison, it's not enough. You need. His hand touches mine, and I feel it. A transfer of power, of knowledge, of something essential. Portal Walker blood, he breathes. We don't open gateways between places. We open them between states, life and death, mortal and divine. Use it. His eyes flutter closed, but his hand remains warm in mine. Through our brief connection, I understand. The soul poison alone won't kill Corvain, but if I can open a gateway inside him, between the souls he's consumed and their freedom. Vazriath, I call, pushing to my feet. I need you to get me close. Really close. He's at my side instantly, reading my intent through our bond. Whatever you're planning, trust me. He nods once, then we move together. He goes high, I go low. Corvain, drunk on the power he's pulling from the arena, reacts a fraction too slowly. Vazriath's blade takes him in the shoulder, spinning him toward me. I leap, driving both poison-coated hands deep into his chest, where souls writhe thickest. What are you? Corvain begins. I open a door, not between worlds, but between states of being, between imprisoned and free, between consumed and released. The gateway tears open inside him, and every soul he's ever eaten suddenly has an exit. They flood out in a torrent of light and screaming liberation. Malthus's soul tears free first, followed by hundreds of others. Each departure rips away a piece of Corvain's stolen power. No! He claws at me, trying to dislodge my hands. You can't. I am a god. I am... You're nothing, I snarl, holding on as he thrashes. Just a parasite who forgot that stolen power can be stolen back. The last soul rips free, Savrin's, peeling away the stolen face to reveal Corvain's true form. He's smaller than I expected, grey-skinned and scarred, crimson eyes wide with shock. This isn't over, he gasps as his legs give out. The order dash. Vazriath's blade separates his head from his shoulders before he can finish. The arena goes silent except for my ragged breathing. The eclipse passes, normal light returning to reveal the devastation. Demons slumped unconscious but breathing. Corvain's body already crumbling to ash, and my father, still and silver-blooded on the sand. I crawl to him, gathering his cooling form in my arms. He saved me. This man I never knew, who watched from shadows and loved from afar, gave everything to protect me. Faye. Vazriath kneels beside us, his hand gentle on my shoulder. He's gone, I whisper, feeling the hollow ache where brief connection flared. I found him and lost him in the same night. Around us, the arena begins to stir. The Order members who revealed themselves are fleeing or being captured. King Asmodeus watches from his throne with calculating eyes. And somewhere, Thessix is already spinning new webs. But I can only hold my father and mourn the might-have-beens, while his blood mingles with mine on the killing floor.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 16, Vazrith. The silence between us is louder than any scream. I watch from the doorway as Faye kneels beside her father's body, her hands pressed against the preservation crystals that keep him from decay. 3 days since the honor duel. 3 days since she's let me touch her. 3 days of this suffocating distance that makes the collar around her throat feel like mockery. The funeral rites begin at moonrise, I say, though we've had this argument twice already. The court expects. The court can burn. Her voice carries none of those beautiful harmonics anymore, just flat, human exhaustion. He's not getting incinerated like demon trash. He died a hero's death. He deserves whatever I say he deserves. She finally looks at me, and her silver eyes are rimmed with red. Not from crying. I haven't seen her shed a single tear. From not sleeping. From staring at her hands like they're covered in invisible blood. He was my father, mine, not theirs. The possessiveness in her tone should please me. Instead, it cuts, because she used to say mine about me with that same fierce certainty, and now she won't even let me close enough to offer comfort. Faye. Don't! She turns back to Wit's still form. Just don't. I leave her to her vigil, my claws leaving grooves in the doorframe. The marks on her skin still glow, still pulse with our connection. But she's wrapped herself in high-necked gowns that hide every trace of my claim, as if she's trying to disappear beneath fabric and grief. The court notices, of course. Vultures, all of them, circling what they perceive as weakness. Your pet seems broken, Prince Vazriath observes during the evening feast. His scarred face twists with false sympathy. The strain of transformation, perhaps. Some humans simply shatter. I force myself to remain seated, to not tear his throat out for the insult. She mourns her father. Even demons understand grief. Do we? Lord Silas leans forward, his forked tongue tasting the air. I heard she refused to let you touch her at the victory celebration, that the legendary bond between you grows cold. Laughter ripples through the gathered nobles. They smell blood in the water, an unconsummated mate bond, a grieving human, a prince potentially weakened by attachment. Careful, I warn, letting chaos magic frost my voice. She killed a god-killer. What do you think she'd do to lesser demons who annoy her? The laughter dies, but the speculation remains. I'm able to see it in their eyes, hear it in their whispers. How long before one of them tests our bond? How long before Faye's distance becomes a chasm I can't cross? I find her that night in the same place, still kneeling, still staring. But now she's speaking in whispers too low for even my hearing. Her lips move in what might be prayer or promise or madness. You need to sleep, I say. I see him when I close my eyes. Her fingers trace the preservation crystal. Not memories. Him. Standing at the edge of somewhere I can't reach, trying to tell me something I can't hear. Dreams of the dead are common after... They're not dreams, She stands abruptly, swaying slightly. I opened that portal inside Corvain when all those souls poured through. Her hand goes to her chest, pressing against her heart. I felt where they went. Felt the door between here and there. And now I can't unfeel it. I step toward her and she immediately steps back. The physical rejection stings worse than any blade. Let me help you, I say, hating how it sounds like begging. You can't. She wraps her arms around herself, the marks on her skin dimming as if responding to her withdrawal. No one can. I need to understand what I did, what I am now. You're mine, I say, the words coming out harsher than intended. That hasn't changed. Something flashes in her eyes. Anger, maybe, or disappointment. Has it not? She leaves before I can answer, her footsteps echoing through halls that suddenly feel too large, too empty, too much like a cage neither of us can escape. 2 days later, the murders begin. 3 bodies, my lord. Kithel materializes in my study, his silver hair floating in agitation. All lesser demons with tangential connections to the Order, found this morning in different districts. I set down the trade report I wasn't really reading anyway. Cause of death? That's what's interesting. He produces a memory crystal, activating it to show the scenes. Precise mutilation, surgical even. Each victim was cut in specific patterns, major arteries severed, organs removed and arranged, and whoever did this knew exactly how to cause maximum agony while keeping them alive as long as possible. The images are grotesque even by demon standards. The killer took their time, made art of suffering. Order executions, I suggest, though it doesn't feel right. Cleaning house after Corvain's death? That's what I thought initially. Kithel dismisses the images. But there's something else. My informants say Matron Thessex has vanished. Her entire household is in chaos. No one knows where she went or why. I'm still processing this. My grandmother doesn't vanish. She's too powerful, too connected, too essential to the web of demon politics. When? Night before last. Her personal guard found her chambers empty at dawn. No signs of struggle, but he hesitates. There were claw marks on the walls, as if something had been trying to get out. Not in. The timing is too convenient. First, the murders. Now this. Double the palace security, I order, and find out everything about those victims. I want to know who profits from their deaths. Kithel bows and begins to leave, then pauses. How is she? He doesn't need to specify who. The whole palace whispers about my mate who won't let me touch her, who speaks to the dead, who grows more distant with each passing hour. She's surviving, I say, which is more truth than lie. The collar still binds you, he observes carefully, but bonds can stretch to breaking if pulled too hard. After he leaves, I seek out Faye again. I find her in the palace archives, surrounded by texts about the original portal walkers. She doesn't look up when I enter, but I see her shoulders tense. There's been murders, I say without preamble. Order-connected demons, 3 dead. Now she looks up and something flickers across her face too quickly to read. How? I describe the killings, watching her reactions. She pales at the details, but doesn't seem surprised. It's starting, she murmurs. What's starting? She shakes her head, returning to her texts. I don't know, but Wit warned me in the dreams that aren't dreams. He said killing Corvain would have consequences. That power abhors a vacuum. Faye. I move closer, and this time, she doesn't retreat. Talk to me. Tell me what's really happening. Why you pull away like my touch burns. She finally meets my eyes, and the pain there takes my breath. Because it does, she whispers. Ever since I opened that portal, everything feels different. You feel different. The marks burn cold instead of hot. The collar. Her hand goes to her throat. It feels like a chain to something I'm not sure I am anymore. You're mine, I repeat, but even I hear the uncertainty now. Am I? She stands, and we're close enough that I could touch her if I dared. Or was I just your weapon? Your perfect creation? Now that I've served my purpose, now that the threat is gone, what are we? The question hangs between us, sharp like a blade. Before I can answer, a guard bursts in. My lord. Another body. But this one... You need to see this. We follow him to a servants' corridor where a crowd is gathered. They part at our approach, revealing the corpse. It's been displayed with the same surgical precision as the others. But carved into the chest in old demonic is a message. The shepherd comes for lost sheep. The grandmother knew. The hybrid knows. The prince will know. Faye makes a sound, not quite gasp, not quite sob. When I look at her, she's staring at the message with recognition dawning in her silver eyes. What shepherd? I demand. What do you know? But she's already backing away, shaking her head. I need to think. She flees before finishing, leaving me with a corpse, a cryptic message, and the growing certainty that whatever killed Corvain was only the beginning. The silence between us isn't just grief anymore. It's secrets, and they're killing us as surely as any blade.
Chapter 17. Faye. The lock clicks open beneath my fingers with a familiarity that sends ice through my veins. I don't know how to pick locks. I've never learned. Yet my hands move with practiced precision. The thin metal tools. Where did I even get these? Sliding into Vazriath's door mechanisms, like I've done this 1,000 times before. Click. Another tumbler falls into place, and my stomach churns. The knife tucked against my forearm whispers promises in a voice that sounds like my father's, but tastes of copper and wrong. Its weight is both foreign and terrifyingly familiar, as if my body remembers holding it even if my mind doesn't. Click. The final lock surrenders, and the door to Vazriath's private chambers swings open on silent hinges. Darkness greets me, broken only by the dying embers in his fireplace. I can make out his form on the bed, sheets tangled around his waist, one arm flung above his head in sleep. The scarred horn catches what little light remains, and something inside me catalogues it as a weakness, a place to strike first. That thought, not mine, never mine, jolts me fully awake. I stumble backward, the lockpicks clattering from nerveless fingers. The knife burns cold against my skin, demanding I complete what I came here to do. But I don't remember coming here, don't remember leaving my chambers, or walking these halls, or learning the exact pressure needed to manipulate demon-forged locks. My bare feet are dirty. There's blood under my fingernails, silver red that could be mine but smells of someone else. No. The word escapes as barely a whisper, but it's enough. Vazriath stirs, those crimson eyes snapping open with predator alertness. For a heartbeat, we stare at each other across the threshold, him sleep-rumpled and confused, me holding a blade I don't remember drawing. Faye? His voice is rough with sleep, but I hear the moment confusion shifts to concern. What are you... I run. My feet know these corridors better in darkness than they should. I dodge servants and guards with an assassin's instinct, keeping to shadows that seem to reach for me with eager fingers. Behind me, I hear Vazriath call my name, feel the collar pulse with his urgency through our bond. But I can't stop. Can't let him catch me. Not when the knife still whispers sweetness about how his blood would taste, how easily it would spill across these ancient stones. I burst through a door and find myself in the narrow servants' corridor where we found the fourth body. The corpse is gone, but the blood remains. Dark stains that form patterns I suddenly understand with horrible clarity. The shadows here move wrong. They slide across walls independent of any light source, reaching toward me like old friends. And in their depths, I see things that make my marks burn cold. Myself standing over sleeping demons, blade in hand. Myself carving messages in flesh with an artist's precision. Myself smiling with someone else's satisfaction as blood pools at my feet. No. I press my palms against my eyes, trying to block out the visions. I didn't. I wouldn't. But you did, the knife whispers in my father's voice. You've been busy while you sleep, my daughter. So very busy. My knees hit stone as the truth crashes over me. The murders, the precise mutilations that Vazriath described, the way my body aches in the mornings as if I've been fighting, the dirt under my nails that I can't explain. Oh gods! The words come out broken. Oh gods, what have I done? Now that, says a voice like aged parchment, is the question, isn't it? I spin, knife raised, to find someone standing in the shadows. Not Vazriath, not any demon I recognize. They're tall and thin, wrapped in tattered robes that might once have been white. Their face is hidden beneath a deep hood, but I catch glimpses of silver, threads or veins or something else entirely pulsing beneath pale skin. Who are you? My voice shakes, but my hand holding the knife is terrifyingly steady. I have had many names. They step forward, and the shadows follow like obedient pets. The shepherd, the dream walker, the one who guides lost souls. The hood tilts. Your father knew me by another name entirely. My blood turns to ice. My father is dead. Dead. Such a limited word for such an expansive state. They gesture, and the bloodstains on the floor begin to move, swirling into new patterns. He sent me, you know. When you opened that door inside the Kinslayer, you didn't just free those souls. You tore a hole between worlds, and some of us have been waiting so very long for such an opportunity. You're controlling me. The pieces click together with sickening clarity. The sleepwalking, the murders. Controlling? They laugh, the sound like wind through empty graves. Oh, child, I'm not controlling anything. I'm simply suggesting. Your body remembers what your mind refuses to acknowledge. You were made for this. Portal walker blood, singing with the need to guide souls from one state to another. I'm merely helping you embrace your nature. By making me murder demons in their sleep. By collecting what's owed. The shadows writhe faster now, and I realise with horror that they're forming words, names, dozens of them, written in darkness itself. Every name here is a debt, demons who participated in the breeding programs, who tortured your kind, who would do so again given the chance. I recognise some of them, the 3 victims, yes, but also others, demons I pass in the halls, demons who sneer at humans. Thesix. Her name appears larger than the others, pulsing with urgency. The grandmother who sold her own blood for power. The shepherd's voice drips with satisfaction. She was first, you know. 3 nights ago. You did such beautiful work. She never even screamed. Just watched with those ancient eyes as you opened her throat and let centuries pour out. No. But even as I deny it, I taste truth like poison on my tongue. I wouldn't. I couldn't. You could. You did. You will again. They reach out, and I'm too frozen to pull away, as one pale finger touches my forehead. Shall I show you? The world explodes into memory. I see myself moving through darkness with purpose, marks glowing silver bright. See myself entering Thesix's chambers through shadows themselves. See the ancient matron's eyes widen with recognition and something like pride as I approach. So you've awakened, she says in the memory, not even trying to defend herself. I wondered when the shepherd would call you home. I watch myself smile with lips that aren't quite mine anymore. Watch my hands move with surgical precision. Watch Thesix die with that same proud expression, as if this was always how it was meant to end. The memory shatters, leaving me gasping on the corridor floor. You see? The shepherd sounds pleased. You're not losing yourself, child. You're finding yourself. Every death makes you stronger. Every soul you guide feeds the portal inside you. Soon, you'll be strong enough to open doorways at will, to walk between worlds as your bloodline was meant to. And Vazriath? The question tears from my throat. Why am I trying to kill him? Now the shepherd pauses. When they speak again, their voice carries weight like mountains. Because his death will complete your transformation. A demon prince's soul, freely given through betrayal by one he claims. That's not merely death. That's apocalypse. That's the kind of power that reshapes reality itself. He doesn't claim me, I whisper. We're not fully bonded. No, they laugh again. Then why does the thought of killing him hurt worse than all the others combined? Why does your collar burn with the need to return to him even now? The shadows pull back, revealing the corridor beyond. He's coming, you know, following your scent like the predator he is. Will you run, or will you finish what we started? Footsteps echo through the palace, multiple sets, moving fast. Vazriath's voice carries command and barely leashed violence as he orders guards to search every shadow. The knife pulses in my hand, eager. Choose quickly, the shepherd says, already fading back into darkness. The shepherd must tend his flock, and you, my dear girl, have so many more souls to collect. They vanish between one heartbeat and the next, leaving me alone with the taste of truth and the weight of unwilling purpose. The footsteps grow closer. In moments, Vazriath will find me here, blood under my nails and guilty knowledge in my eyes. I could run again, hide, try to fight whatever's using me as a weapon, or I could turn myself in, confess to murders I don't remember committing. Let them cage me before I kill the one person in this God's forsaken world who ever made me feel like more than prey. The knife whispers a third option. Finish it now. Quick and clean. Save him the pain of watching you become the monster you were always meant to be. Faye! Vazriath's voice, closer now. I hear the edge of desperation beneath the command. Faye, where are you? I close my eyes, feeling the weight of choice crushing down. When I open them again, my decision is made. The knife clatters to the floor as I step out of the shadows, hands raised in surrender. Vazriath rounds the corner, power crackling around him like a storm barely contained. When he sees me, really sees me, the blood and dirt and guilty truth written across my face, something in his expression breaks. Help me, I whisper, and finally I let myself cry. Please, I think I'm becoming something terrible, and I don't know how to stop. He crosses the distance between us in 3 strides, and I flinch, expecting violence. Instead, his arms come around me, pulling me against his chest with desperate strength. I've got you, he murmurs into my hair, and I feel the truth of it through our bond. Whatever this is, we'll face it together. But even as I sink into his embrace, I hear the shepherd's laughter echoing through the shadows, and I know with horrible certainty that this is far from over. The shepherd has found his lost sheep, and I'm the blade he'll use to slaughter the flock.
Chapter 18. Vazrith. The throne room has never felt more like a trap than it does now, with Faye kneeling beside me in chains that sing with suppression magic. Fascinating. My father leans forward on his throne of bones, void black eyes drinking in the sight of her. When I heard reports of the murders, I assumed we had another assassin cult. But this... He gestures to Faye with one clawed hand. This is so much better. She needs help, I say, keeping my voice carefully neutral. Any sign of weakness, any hint of how much her pain tears at me through our incomplete bond, and he'll use it. Something is controlling her, making her efficient? Asmodeus rises, descending the dais steps with predatory grace. 3 Order members dead in their sleep. Thesix herself opened like a flower. Do you know how many resources I've wasted trying to eliminate that ancient spider? He circles us, and I fight the urge to position myself between him and Faye. She hasn't spoken since I brought her here, since she whispered broken explanations about someone called the Shepherd, about walking through shadows, about tasting murder on her tongue. Her silver eyes track my father's movement, but there's a distance in them that makes my chest tight. She's not a weapon, I say. No? He stops directly in front of her, tilting her chin up with one claw. Then what is she, my son? Your pet? Your failed mate? His smile is all teeth. A human who can walk through shadows and kill demons in their sleep is exactly a weapon. The question is whether she's your weapon or mine. Father, did you know, he continues, still holding Faye's face, that Lord Bythor has been particularly vocal about your inadequacies lately, questioning whether the 7th son who can't even properly bond his mate should hold any position of power? My blood chills. Bythor isn't Order. He's just an ambitious noble who happens to oppose me in trade negotiations. He's not a traitor, I say carefully. Everyone is a traitor, given the right pressure. Asmodeus releases Faye and returns to his throne. Which brings us to your new position. Lord Executioner sounds so formal, doesn't it? I prefer something with more poetry. Prince Inquisitor, perhaps? Yes, that suits. I don't understand. Of course you don't. His laugh echoes off crystal walls. The Order was a convenient excuse, Vazrith. Yes, they needed to die. But now we have something better. A weapon that kills in sleep, that can't be traced, that strikes terror into demon hearts. He leans back, shadows writhing around him. Your little hybrid is going to help us reshape Tealith's power structure. You want me to use her to murder your political enemies? The words taste like ash. I want you to use her to ensure absolute loyalty. His voice drops to something colder than space between stars. Starting with a list I'll provide. Some order. Some simply inconvenient. And if I refuse, the pressure hits like a mountain falling. I'm on my knees before I can brace against it, bones creaking under the oppressive weight of his power. Beside me, Faye makes a sound, the first since we arrived, a low growl that raises every hair on my neck. Careful, Asmodeus says mildly. Your pet looks ready to bite. Perhaps she needs more thorough examination. I have people who specialize in understanding unique specimens. They could discover exactly what makes her tick, from the inside out. The threat hovers between us like a jagged blade. His people, torturers and vivisectionists who've perfected suffering into art. The thought of them touching Faye, experimenting on her while she's helpless against the Shepherd's influence. I'll do it, I grind out through clenched teeth. Of course you will. The pressure releases, and I hate myself for the relief. You'll take your new position seriously. You'll eliminate everyone on my lists, and you'll do it with such brutal efficiency that no one will dare whisper dissent again. He produces a scroll from thin air, tossing it to land at my feet. 20 names to start. A mix of Order remnants and others. You have 1 week. I pick up the scroll without looking at it. And Faye stays functional, controlled, but functional. After all, his smile widens. We wouldn't want to break such a useful tool, though if she proves too difficult to manage, well, my people are always eager for new subjects. She won't be difficult, I say quickly. I'll handle her. See that you do. Oh, and Vazriath. He waves dismissal. Do try to complete your bond soon. It's embarrassing, having a son who can't even properly claim a human. Makes me wonder if I should have let Corvain eat you years ago. We leave under the weight of his laughter. Faye silent beside me as I guide her through corridors that suddenly feel like they're closing in. The chains around her wrists clink softly with each step, the suppression magic keeping her docile but not unconscious. Only when we're back in my chambers behind wards that at least pretend privacy do I remove them. She collapses the moment they're gone, curling in on herself on my floor. 20 names, she whispers. I heard him. 20 lives he wants me to take. Faye, I told you about the shepherd. Her voice is hollow. This thing that speaks in my father's voice that makes me move through shadows. And your father wants to use it. Use me. She looks up, and tears track silver down her cheeks. I'm gonna kill them all, aren't I? Every name on that list. And then more. And more. Until there's nothing left of me but the monster he wants. I kneel beside her, reaching out carefully. When she doesn't pull away, I gather her against me, feeling the way she trembles. I won't let that happen, I promise. You can't stop him. You couldn't even stand against his power. The truth of it burns. Then I'll find another way. The shepherd. You said it's ancient? I'll search the archives. Find out what it is, how to break its hold. There has to be something. She laughs, the sound breaking halfway through. And while you're reading, I'll be murdering. Every night, walking through shadows to spill blood I'll taste in my dreams. And then I'll chain you myself each night. Spell the bonds so you can't break them. Until the shepherd finds a way around them. Or until your father decides I'm more useful dissected than whole. She pulls back to meet my eyes. You should have let me run. Should have... I silence her with a kiss that tastes of desperation and promises I'm not sure I can keep. When we part, we're both breathing hard. You're mine, I say fiercely. Not his, not the shepherd's. Mine, and I protect what's mine. We're not even properly bonded, she whispers. You heard him. I'm just your failed mate. Your broken weapon? Then let's fix that. The words come out before I fully think them through. Complete the bond. Tonight, it might protect you. Give you an anchor against the shepherd's influence. She stares at me, and I see the moment she understands what I'm really offering. A true soul bond, not just the marking and collar. The kind that can't be broken, that ties us so deeply we'd share everything. Power, pain, purpose. That's not why you want it, she says softly. No, I admit. I want it because the thought of losing you to this thing makes me want to burn Tillith to ash. Because even broken and dangerous, you're the only thing in 5 centuries that's made me feel alive. Because She kisses me before I can finish, and I taste salt and copper, and the wild darkness that's become her signature. When she pulls back, her eyes hold more life than they have in days. After, she says, after we find out what the shepherd is, after we figure out how to stop it. Then, she touches the skin on my face with fingers that have killed for me, for reasons neither of us chose. Then we'll see if you still want to bind yourself to a monster. I catch her hand, pressing it to my chest, where my heart beats a rhythm that's been hers since the moment I collared her in that garden. You're not a monster, I tell her. You're a weapon, yes, but you're my weapon. And together, we're going to find a way to cut the strings that make you dance. She doesn't look convinced. But she lets me hold her as night falls, as shadows lengthen, and the list of names sits on my desk like a promise of blood to come. 20 names, 1 week. And somewhere in Tillith's ancient archives, answers about shepherds and portal walkers and the fine line between salvation and damnation. I've played my father's games before, but never with stakes this high. Never with her life, her soul, balanced on the edge of my blade.
Chapter 19. Fae. The merchant quarter of Tillith reeks of blood and bargains, but tonight it will smell of death. I watch Lord Bythor from the shadow of an awning, fully conscious, fully aware, fully horrified at what I'm about to do. He waddles through the crowd of lesser demons and human slaves, his pink-scaled skin glistening with sweat despite the cool night air. 3 chins wobble as he samples candied organs from a vendor, completely unaware that death follows in his wake. "Move," the shepherd whispers in my mind, and my body obeys despite my internal screaming. My feet carry me through the crowd with liquid grace I've never possessed. Humans scatter from my path instinctively, something in my presence warning them of danger. The demons notice too, conversations dying as I pass, heads turning to track my movement with predatory interest. But none interfere. They can smell the murder on me like perfume. Bythor turns down a narrow alley, shortcuts to his favourite pleasure house. The shepherd's knowledge flows through me, every habit, every weakness, every sin. He likes them young, human, and unwilling. The knowledge makes what I'm about to do easier to stomach, but that terrifies me more than the murder itself. I follow him into the alley's darkness, and my hand finds the blade at my hip without conscious thought. Not the kitchen knives of before. This is demon-forged steel, a gift from Asmodeus's armoury. It sings for blood in harmony with the shepherd's whispers. "Lord Bythor," I hear myself say, and my voice carries those damned harmonics that mark me as other. He turns, initial irritation shifting to confusion when he sees me. "Prince Vazriath's pet? What are you—" The blade opens his throat before he can finish. But that's not enough for the shepherd. Never enough. My hands move with artistic precision, cutting symbols into his scaling skin as he gurgles and thrashes. Each mark has meaning: traitor, glutton, defiler, his crimes written in his own flesh. The silver blood that spills is tinged with pink, pretty in the moonlight. I watch myself work with sick fascination, watch my steady hands create horror with the same care an artist might paint a masterpiece. When Bythor finally stops twitching, I've turned his body into a warning, a message, a work of terrible art. "Beautiful," the shepherd croons. "You're learning." The praise makes me want to vomit, but worse. Some part of me preens under it. 2 more names wait on tonight's list. Lady Serene dies in her own bed, my blade finding her heart while she sleeps off too much wine. I try to make it quick, clean, but the shepherd has other plans. My hands arrange her body post-mortem, braiding her white hair with her own intestines, painting her walls with symbols that hurt to look at. By the time I reach the 3rd, a young demon whose only crime was questioning Asmodeus's taxes, I've stopped fighting the shepherd's control. It's easier to let my body move on autopilot, while my mind retreats somewhere safe and small. Except I can't retreat completely. Because beneath the horror, beneath the revulsion, something else builds with each kill. Satisfaction. The young demon, barely past his majority, begs as I work. Offers me wealth, position, anything to stop the pain. But his words fall on deaf ears because I'm discovering something terrible. I'm good at this. The blade feels right in my hands. The pattern of wounds follows a logic that sings in my bones. And when his heart finally stops, when his silver eyes go glassy and fixed, I feel power. "No!" The word tears from my throat as I stumble away from the corpse. "No, no, no!" "Yes," the shepherd counters. "You were born for this, portal walker, made to guide souls from one state to another. Fighting your nature only brings pain." I run through Teelith's twisted streets, trying to outpace the truth. But it follows like my own shadow. I'm changing. Each kill feeds something dark inside me, something that was always there, waiting. The girl who hid in maintenance shafts feels like a different person, a weaker person, a person I can barely remember being. My chambers loom before me, but I freeze at the threshold. I'm covered in blood, silver and pink and colours that shouldn't exist. It's under my nails, in my hair, soaked through my clothes. I can't go to him like this. Can't let him see what I'm becoming. But when I finally force myself through the door, Vazriath is already there. He sits in a chair by the fireplace, a book of ancient text open on his lap. His crimson eyes lift to meet mine, taking in my state without flinching. The firelight plays across his ash-grey skin, highlighting the sharp angles of his face and the elegant curve of his intact horn. 3, I say, because what else is there to say? I killed 3. He closes the book with careful deliberation and rises. No judgment in his expression, no disgust. Come, he says softly. I've drawn you a bath. I follow him numbly to his bathing chamber, where steam rises from the obsidian pool. The water glows faintly with chaos magic, heated to the perfect temperature. Bottles of oils and soaps line the edge, expensive things that smell of midnight flowers and rain. I can't, I start, but he's already moving toward me. His fingers work at the clasps of my blood-soaked leathers with infinite gentleness. Each piece falls away, revealing skin painted in death. I should feel exposed, vulnerable. Instead, I feel numb. Arms up, he murmurs, and I obey, letting him pull the ruined shirt over my head. When I'm naked, when there's nowhere to hide the evidence of what I've done, he guides me to the pool's edge. The water is almost too hot, but the burn feels like absolution. I sink into it, and blood blooms around me like crimson flowers. Vazriath sheds his own clothes with economical movements and joins me in the water. Before I can protest, he's gathering my hair in his hands, working soap through the matted strands with patient fingers. You don't have to... Quiet, he says gently. Let me... His fingers work through each tangle, each clump of dried blood. The intimacy of it breaks something inside me. Tears mix with the bathwater as he tends to me like I'm something precious instead of the monster I'm becoming. Why? The word escapes as barely a whisper. Why what? He rinses my hair, the water running pink then clear. Why are you... I gesture helplessly at the careful way he handles me. I'm just your weapon, your father's tool, an object to be used. His hands still in my hair. Then he's turning me to face him, his crimson eyes blazing with something that makes my heart stutter. Is that what you think? His voice carries an edge of violence, but not directed at me. That you're just an object to me. The words die as he cups my face in his hands. You are mine, he says fiercely. Not my object, not my tool, mine, my match, my equal, my... He stops, jaw clenching. You think I research ancient texts every night because my father commands it? I'm trying to save you, to find a way to break the shepherd's hold before it consumes everything you are. It's too late, I whisper. I felt it tonight. The satisfaction, the power. I'm becoming what it wants me to be. No. He pulls me closer, water sloshing between us. You're becoming what you were meant to be, but on your terms. Not the shepherd's, not my father's, yours. His hands move to my shoulders, then down my arms, washing away blood with reverent touches. Each caress feels like worship, like he's handling something holy instead of hellish. When he reaches the worst of the stains, my hands, still crimson with artistic murder, he takes extra care, cleaning under each nail, massaging each finger until they're clean. I don't deserve this, I breathe. You deserve everything. He moves to wash my back, and I shiver at the gentle scrape of his claws. You deserve to be cherished, protected, loved. The last word lingers, ripe with emotion. Vazriath! He turns me in his arms, and suddenly we're chest to chest, nothing between us but water and truth. His hands frame my face again, thumbs stroking over my cheekbones. I've lived for centuries, he says quietly. Taken countless lovers, played endless games of power and pleasure. But you— His thumb traces my lower lip. You undid me from the moment you refused to cower in that garden. My fierce, deadly, impossible mate. We're not truly mated, I remind him, but my voice shakes. Aren't we? He leans closer, and I can feel his breath against my lips. Tell me you don't feel it. This connection that goes deeper than any collar, any mark. Tell me your soul doesn't recognize mine. I can't. Because he's right. Because despite everything, despite the murders, the manipulation, the monster I'm becoming, my soul sings when he's near. I'm frightened, I admit. Not of you, of me, of what I'm becoming. What if I lose myself completely? What if one day I look at you and see just another name on a list? Then I'll remind you. His lips brush mine, the lightest touch. Every day, every hour, every moment until you remember. You're not just a weapon, Faye. You're my salvation. The kiss that follows isn't gentle. It's desperate, hungry, full of promises we might not be able to keep. I taste chaos magic on his tongue, feel the barely leashed violence in the way he grips my hips and pulls me against him. But beneath the roughness is something else. Tenderness, worship, love.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. For this moment in this stolen peace, I'm not a weapon. I'm just a woman loved by a demon who sees her as salvation. It has to be enough. Because tomorrow, I'll have to kill again.
Chapter 20. Vazrith. The hidden archive smells of centuries and secrets, dust motes dancing in the thin beam of my chaos light as I pull another tome from the forgotten shelf. 3 days. 3 more kills. 10 names crossed off my father's list while I've hunted through every text, every scroll, every forbidden scrap of knowledge Tilith's libraries possess. And finally, buried in a section warded so heavily it took me hours to break through, I found it. The Chronicle of the First Shepherd, written in a dialect of old demonic so archaic I have to translate each word twice. My hands shake as I read, the truth of it worse than anything I imagined. Subject designation, Portal Walker Prime. Human female, approximately 20 human years. Acquired during the initial breach 2 centuries past. Demonstrates unprecedented ability to navigate the veil between life and death. The accompanying illustration makes my blood freeze. The woman in the detailed sketch could be Faye's sister. Same bone structure, same defiant eyes. But where Faye's gaze holds fire, this woman's eyes are empty holes weeping darkness. Experimentation log, Day 1. Subject survives initial exposure to concentrated chaos magic. Beginning soul guidance trials. Day 15. Subject has successfully guided 12 demon souls through the veil. Minimal deterioration noted. Increasing frequency. Day 47. Subject shows signs of psychological fracture after guiding 100th soul. Requests termination. Request denied. Day 186. Subject no longer responds to her human name. Refers to herself only as the Shepherd. Has begun guiding souls without our command. Day 230. Catastrophic breach. Subject has somehow bound herself to the veil itself. Physical form dissolving. Consciousness spreading. Emergency containment initiated. Final entry. Containment failed. The Shepherd exists between states now. Neither alive nor dead. Neither here nor there. She or he. It whispers to other portal walkers through their blood. We have created something that cannot be unmade. May the gods forgive us. I close the book with numb fingers. Not a possessing entity, not some ancient evil, just a broken woman, tortured past sanity, transformed into something that exists between worlds. And now she's found Faye, her descendant, her echo, her replacement. You found something? I don't startle. Kithel moves like smoke when he wishes. My Sozgaroth ally materializes from the shadows, his silver hair floating in the magical currents that always surround him. His purple eyes fix on the tome in my hands with immediate understanding. The restricted archives, he observes. Those wards haven't been breached in decades. What drove you to such desperation? I hand him the chronicle. Watch his ageless features shift as he reads, comprehension dawning with each translated line. Mothers of Chaos, he breathes. They created her. The shepherd is a victim, I finish. Just like Faye will be if I can't find a way to break this hold. Kithel sets the book aside with deliberate care. There are rumors of rituals, soul bonds deep enough to anchor a fracturing spirit. But Vazriath... Tell me. He hesitates, and that alone tells me how dangerous this path is. Kithel has helped me hide bodies, overthrow rivals, commit a dozen different blasphemies. For him to pause... A true soul bond, he says finally. Not the ceremonial mating your kind favors, but an actual merging of essence. You would sacrifice part of your soul to anchor hers, creating a tether even the shepherd couldn't sever. What's the cost? His laugh is humorless. What isn't? If it fails, if her corruption is too deep or your soul proves insufficient, you become worse than dead. A vegetable, aware but unable to act, trapped in your own flesh while your consciousness rots. And if it succeeds, then you weaken the shepherd enough to perform a banishment. But Vazriath... He grips my shoulder, and I feel the tremor in his usually steady hand. No demon has attempted this with a human. The power differential alone could shatter you both, and you would be bound to her completely. Her pain, her madness, her mortality. When she dies, whether in 50 years or tomorrow, you die with her. I shrug off his hand. She's dying now. Each kill takes more of her. I can see it in her eyes. She's starting to enjoy it. Then find another vessel for the shepherd. Let some other human bear this curse. No. The word comes out sharp enough to cut. Kithel studies me with those ancient purple eyes, and I see the moment he understands. His expression shifts from concern to something like pity. You love her. Not a question, an accusation. That's not... Don't lie to me, Vazriath. I've known you since you were spawned. I've watched you take and discard 100 lovers, use and abandon 1,000 souls. But her... He shakes his head. You love the human. The words hang between us like a blade. Love. Such a weak word for the consuming need that drives me. For the way her absence feels like missing limbs. For the rage that fills me when I think of her becoming another shepherd. Demons don't love, I say automatically. No, Kithel agrees. We possess, we consume, we dominate, but love, that's a mortal failing, a weakness that leads to... He gestures at me. This, contemplating soul suicide for a creature that will be dust in a blink. She's mine, I snarl. She's your father's weapon, a tool that's outlived its usefulness once she completes his list. Kithel's voice gentles, which somehow makes it worse. Even if you save her from the shepherd, do you think Asmodeus will let her live? A human who can kill demons in their sleep? I'll protect her. With what power? You're the 7th son, expendable, replaceable. He pulls out a memory crystal, activating it to show surveillance from the throne room. Your father is already considering Prince Drathan's petition for her ownership. Claims your incomplete bond makes her available for true claiming. Ice forms in my veins as I watch my scarred brother posture before our father, making his case. The way Asmodeus listens with interest, occasionally nodding. "When?" I demand. "Tonight's feast. Drathan plans to challenge formally, and without a true bond." Kithel shrugs. Ancient law favors him. I'm moving before conscious thought catches up, leaving Kithel and his warnings behind. The corridors blur as I race toward my chambers, toward her, toward the only thing in 5 centuries that's made me feel alive. She's where I left her, chained to my bed with bonds she begged me to reinforce. But she's not sleeping. She sits perfectly still, staring at her hands as if they belong to someone else. The afternoon light catches her auburn hair, turns it to flame around her face. Her silver eyes are distant, seeing something beyond this room. "How many did you see yourself kill?" I ask softly. She blinks, focusing on me with effort. "Just you this time, over and over. Different methods each time, but always..." She flexes her fingers. "Always with these hands." I approach slowly, the way one might approach a wounded predator. When I sit on the bed's edge, she doesn't flinch. Progress. "I found the shepherd's origin," I tell her. "She was like you, the first portal walker. They experimented on her until she broke, became something between life and death. So that's my future." Her voice is flat, accepting. "Lose myself completely, and spend eternity making others kill." "No." I pull out the ritual texts Kethel mentioned, spreading them on the bed. "There's a way, a soul bond, real and complete. I anchor you with part of my soul, create a tether even the shepherd can't break." She studies the diagrams, and I watch understanding dawn in her eyes. "This could kill you." "Not doing it will kill you." "That's not..." She stops, jaw clenching. "You could become a vegetable. Aware but unable to move, speak, think. That's worse than death." "You're worse than death," I say quietly. "Losing you to that thing, watching you become a hollow puppet for eternity, that's worse than anything." "Why?" The word cracks. "I'm just a human, a broken weapon. In 50 years I'll be dead anyway. Why would you..." "Because I love you." The words fall between us like stones in still water. I've never said them before, never thought them, never believed myself capable of such mortal weakness. But sitting here, watching her process this impossible truth, I realized Kithel was right. I've fallen victim to love. "You can't," she whispers. "Too late." I catch her chained hands in mine, careful of the restraints. "I've loved you since you stood in my garden covered in Izara's blood and demanded answers. Loved you more when you saved that child during the hunt despite the danger. Loved you most when you came to me broken and asked for help instead of running." Tears track down her cheeks. "Vazriath." "Let me finish." I squeeze her hands. "I know what I am. Demon. Monster. 7th son of a tyrant king. I've lived centuries in darkness and thought myself content. Then you..." I shake my head. "You unmade me, showed me what I was missing. Now I can't imagine continuing without you. Your father will never allow it, a soul bond with a human. I don't care what he allows." I lean closer, pressing my forehead to hers. "I care that you're fading, that each kill takes more of you, that soon there won't be enough left to save. And if the bond corrupts you too..." Her breath hitches. "If we both end up trapped between worlds, then at least we'll be trapped together." She pulls back to search my face. Whatever she finds there breaks her last resistance. "I love you too," she confesses. "I shouldn't. Everything in me says this is insane. But when the shepherd shows me killing you, it's the only thing that still makes me fight. The thought of a world without you in it. Then, let me save you," I urge. "Let me try." She looks at our joined hands, at the chains she begged for, at the monster she's becoming. Then she meets my eyes with that fierce determination that first caught my attention. When? Soon. I need to gather supplies, prepare the ritual space, and I hesitate. Drathen plans to challenge for you tonight. We need to be bonded before he can make his claim. Then we do it today! No hesitation now. Before another name dies. Before I lose more of myself. Before your brother can tear us apart. I kiss her then, pouring everything I can't say into the contact. When we part, we're both breathing hard. I'll return within the hour, I promise. Stay strong. Fight the visions. Remember that you're mine and I'm yours. And nothing, not the shepherd, not my father, not death itself, will change that. Hurry, she whispers. I leave her chained and hating myself for it. But as I gather what we need, as I prepare to risk everything for a human who should mean nothing, I realize the truth. I'm not falling victim to love. I'm choosing it. And that choice will either save us both or damn us completely.
Chapter 21. Faye. The chains around my wrists have become my only anchor to reality, and even they're starting to feel like suggestions rather than bonds. I test them again, watching with detached fascination as my hand phases slightly, solid becoming translucent, becoming solid again. The metal links pass through my flesh like water before snapping back to reality with a sharp crack that makes me gasp. Practicing escape, little echo. The voice doesn't come from outside. It resonates in my bones, in the space between heartbeats where the shepherd lives. She materializes slowly, pulling herself from the shadows cast by Vazriath's fireplace. Not fully formed, never fully formed anymore, but solid enough that I can see her face. My face, if I'd been tortured for centuries, if my eyes had been replaced with weeping voids, if my skin had been flayed and regrown so many times it forgot its original shape. You're early, I say, surprised by how steady my voice sounds. The killings aren't until tonight. Oh, sweet child. She glides closer, and the temperature drops with each step. Did you think I only visited for the murders? We have so much to discuss before your prince returns with his suicidal ritual. There's nothing to discuss. No? She settles on the bed beside me, and the mattress doesn't dip. Of course it doesn't. She's not really here. Not in any way that matters. He told you what they did to me, I assume. How they broke me. How they made me guide soul after soul until I shattered like glass. I don't answer, but she doesn't need me to. 230 days, she continues, her void eyes weeping darkness that stains the sheets. That's how long it took them to break me completely. You've had, what, 2 weeks? And already you phase through solid matter. Already you hear the souls crying out to be guided. Already you crave the kill like others crave breath. Vazriath will what? Her laugh sounds like breaking bells. Save you with his ritual? Anchor your soul with his own? She leans closer, and I smell copper and chaos and centuries of pain. Let me tell you what they didn't write in their chronicles, little echo. I loved him too. The words hit like a physical blow. What? My keeper? My torturer? My everything? Her form flickers, showing glimpses of the woman she used to be. Young, beautiful, defiant. So much like me, it hurts. He had eyes like garnets and hands that could be gentle when he chose. He promised to save me too. Swore he'd find a way to stop the experiments before they went too far. My chains rattle as I pull back. You're lying. Am I? She gestures, and the air shimmers. Shall I show you how that story ended? Before I can refuse, the vision takes me. I'm her, the first portal walker, standing in a room that reeks of blood and incense. The demon before me is beautiful in that cruel way they all are, with burgundy skin and horns that curve like a crown. His hands shake as he prepares a ritual circle. This will work, he says, and I feel her desperate hope. The soul bond will stabilize you. I won't let them break you, my heart. I swear it. But the ritual fails. Of course it fails, because her soul is already too fractured, too changed. And when it goes wrong, when the backlash hits, he screams as his mind shatters, as his soul, offered so freely, gets caught in the space between worlds where she's already half residing. He becomes vegetative instantly, aware but unable to move, to speak, to do anything but exist in eternal torment. I kept him alive for 50 years, the shepherd says as the vision fades. Fed him, cleaned him, spoke to him every day, watched his eyes beg for death I couldn't grant, until finally, mercifully, his body gave out. She touches my face with fingers that aren't there. Is that the fate you want for your prince? He's stronger than... He's a 7th son, playing with forces beyond his comprehension. Her void eyes bore into mine. But I offer you another way, a kindness I was never given. The air shifts, and suddenly I can see it. A blade of pure shadow materializing on the bed between us. It pulses with power that makes my marks sing. Kill him now, she whispers, quickly, painlessly, while he prepares his fatal ritual. One cut across the throat while he's distracted. He'll be dead before he realizes, saved from decades of living death. And she smiles, and it's almost maternal. I'll leave. Find another vessel. Give you peace. You're asking me to murder the man I love. I'm asking you to save him from a fate worse than death. She stands, moving toward the door. Think on it, little Echo. But not too long. He'll return soon, and then... The door bursts open, cutting her off. But it's not Vazriath. Royal guards flood the room, their chaos-touched armour gleaming in the firelight. Behind them, Prince Vazriath strides in like he owns the place. His scarred face twists with satisfaction as he takes in my chained state. Perfect, he rumbles. Still functional. Father will be pleased. What? I start, but he's already gesturing to the guards. Unchain her, carefully. She's to perform at the feast. His smile makes my skin crawl. One final demonstration before the ownership challenge. Father wants the court to see exactly what they're bidding on. Vazriath won't... Your prince is busy playing with ritual circles. Vazriath moves closer, and I smell blood on him. Fresh. Human. He won't even know you're gone until it's too late. Now come quietly, or I'll have my guards drag you. The shepherd hasn't vanished. She stands by the fireplace, watching with interest. The shadow blade still rests on the bed, visible only to me. I could take it. Phase through these chains, grab the blade, kill everyone in this room before they could react. The shepherd's power sings in my blood, begging to be used. Instead, I hold still as the guards unlock my restraints. Good girl, Vazrith approves. Maybe you'll survive the transfer after all. I have such plans for you. They dress me in gossamer and chains, a mockery of formal wear that displays every mark Vazriath burned into my skin. The fabric is so sheer it hides nothing, designed to humiliate and entice in equal measure. My horns are polished until they gleam, my hair arranged to frame them perfectly. Exquisite, Vazriath murmurs, circling me like a buyer inspecting merchandise. My brother always did have good taste. Tell me, pet, do you know who you'll be killing tonight? I remain silent, but he laughs anyway. Lord Bythor's son. Turns out the little rat has been smuggling humans to safety, helping them escape to the outer territories where our control is looser. He grips my chin, forcing me to meet his eyes. A public execution for treason. The whole court will watch you work. My stomach turns. A human sympathizer. Someone trying to help my people. And I'm going to murder him for entertainment. I know that look, Vazriath says. That flicker of rebellion. It's what makes you so valuable. A weapon with a conscience is so much more amusing to break. The journey to the feast hall passes in a blur. The shepherd follows, only I can see her, that shadow blade floating between us like a promise. Every step brings more whispers. Kill the prince now. In the corridor. So many shadows to hide the body. Save Vazriath from the ritual's failure. Save yourself from more blood on your hands. But I don't. I can't. Because despite everything, despite the truth in her words and the vision of that first failed bond, I still hope. The feast hall doors loom before us, and beyond them, the scent of blood and wine and demon politics. Remember, Drathan says as the guards prepare to announce us, you perform well, and your transfer to my ownership might be gentler. Disappoint me, and I'll let my entire household use you before I finally let you die. The doors open, revealing a sea of demon faces all turned to watch the hybrid perform. Somewhere, Vazriath prepares a ritual that might save or damn us both. In my mind, the shepherd laughs and laughs and laughs. And on a platform in the centre of the hall, a young demon kneels in chains, his crime written in blood on a placard around his neck. Traitor, aided human escape. The show is about to begin.
Chapter 22, Vazriath. The feast hall's opulence assaults my senses as I stride through the servants' entrance, gold and crystal, blood and wine, the stench of demon excess mixing with human terror. But all I see is her. Faye stands on the execution platform, a vision of corrupted beauty in gossamer and chains. The sheer fabric leaves nothing to imagination, displaying my marks like ownership papers. Her new horns gleam under the chandelier light, and in her hand is a blade. The blade trembles inches from Lord Bythor's son's throat. The young demon kneels before her, eyes closed, accepting his fate for the crime of showing mercy to humans. "Begin!" Drathan commands from his place of honor, scarred face twisted with anticipation. Faye's hand moves and stops. Her entire body shudders, silver eyes flickering between consciousness and the void. She's fighting the shepherd, fighting the compulsion, fighting herself, and losing. That's when I notice them. Guards throughout the hall, wearing standard armor but standing with subtle differences. Captain Thrain by the wine fountain, fingers tapping a rhythm against his thigh. Lieutenant Morvis near the eastern exit, weight shifted to his left foot. Sergeant Vec at the platform's base, hand resting too casually on his blade. My network. Years of careful cultivation, favors traded, loyalties bought or earned. All waiting. Now, I breathe, the word carrying on chaos magic to every prepared ear. The hall erupts. Thrain moves first, his blade finding the gap in a fellow guard's armor before anyone realizes betrayal walks among them. Morvis bars the eastern exit, trapping loyalist forces. Vec lunges for the platform, cutting down two guards before they can react. "Treason!" Drathan roars, drawing his own weapon. "Kill them all!" Chaos reigns. Demon fights demon in a tangle of blood and loyalty. Servants scatter. Nobles scramble for exits, and through it all my focus remains on Faye. She's dropped the blade, both hands pressed to her temples as she wages internal war. The shepherd must be screaming at her, demanding blood, demanding completion. Her marks pulse erratically. Silver, then black, then silver again. I carve through 3 guards to reach the platform. My blade sings with each strike, chaos magic turning the metal into an extension of my will. A loyalist tries to flank me. I catch his thrust, twist, and open his throat in one motion. "Vazriath!" My father's voice cuts through the melee like a blade. "You dare raise steel in my hall!" I spare him a glance. He hasn't moved from his throne, watching the carnage with those void black eyes that show more interest than anger. "I claim what's mine," I snarl back. "She was never yours!" Drathan intercepts me before I reach the platform, his massive frame blocking my path. "Incomplete bonds grant no ownership, brother." Then let's complete it. We clash with the force of natural disasters. Drathan has size and strength, but I have desperation. Our blades meet in showers of sparks, each impact sending shockwaves through the marble floor. Behind him I see Faye convulsing. Black veins spread across her skin as the shepherd tries to take full control. Lord Bythor's son watches in terror, forgotten in the chaos. "She's breaking," Drathan taunts between strikes. "Soon she'll be nothing but the shepherd's puppet. Why fight for a broken toy?" I answer by feinting left, then driving my knee into his scarred face. Cartilage crunches, silver blood sprays, and he staggers back with a roar. "Because she's mine!" I growl, pressing the advantage. But Faye's scream stops everything. It's not human, not demon. It's the sound of reality tearing, of a soul being pulled between worlds. She rises from her knees, movements jerky like a marionette. When her eyes open, they're pure void. "Finally," she says, but it's not her voice. It's the shepherd, ancient and broken and hungry. So much chaos, so many souls ready for guiding. She gestures and 3 demons simply stop. Their souls rip free from their bodies, pulled into whatever space the shepherd inhabits. The bodies drop, empty husks that were alive seconds before. "Faye!" I abandon my fight with Drathan, racing for her. "Fight it!" The shepherd turns Faye's head toward me, a mockery of her usual grace. "She can't hear you, Princeling. She's mine now, as she was always meant to be." "No." I leap onto the platform, catching her shoulders. Her skin burns cold under my touch. "Faye, listen to me. Remember what we are. Remember what you chose." "Choice?" The shepherd laughs with Faye's mouth. "She chose survival, and this is..." Faye's hand shoots to her own throat, clawing at invisible bonds. For a moment, her eyes flicker silver again. "Faye's..." she chokes out. "Can't... Hold on!" I pull her against me, feeling her body fight itself. "Just hold on." "Touching!" Asmodeus's voice carries despite the battle. "But pointless. Captain Zarian, end this farce." The Royal Guard captain moves to comply, but Kithel materializes from shadow between us. My Sosgaroth ally's silver hair whips in magical currents as he raises barriers of pure force. "The escape route is clear," he says without preamble. "But we need to go now." Behind him, more of my network emerges from hidden positions. Servants who aren't servants, minor nobles who owe me everything. Even a few priests who remember when loyalty meant something. "Get us out," I command. Morvis and 3 others form a wedge cutting through the remaining resistance. I carry Faye, her body alternating between rigid and limp as she battles the shepherd internally. Kithel grabs Lord Bythor's son, surprising me. "The temple demands a life saved for a soul risked," he explains at my look. "Ancient law." We fight our way through service corridors, down forgotten stairs, into the network of passages that riddled Tilith's foundations. My allies fall back at strategic points, buying us time with their bodies. Good soldiers, loyal unto death. I'll mourn them later. Faye convulses in my arms, frost spreading across her skin. "The shadows!" she gasps. "She wants me to walk the shadows!" "Don't," I command. "Stay with me! Stay here!" The journey blurs. Stone corridors, ancient doors, passages that predate the current palace. Finally, we emerge in the old quarter, where the first demons built their temples to darker gods than the 13. The underground temple squats like a cancer in the city's bowels. Carved from living rock centuries ago, its walls bear witness to rituals best forgotten. We descend crumbling steps slick with moisture and worse, following the pulse of old magic. The priest waits in the temple's heart, ancient even by demon standards. His gray skin hangs like leather, horns curved with the weight of millennia. He takes one look at Faye and shakes his head. She's further gone than you said. Can you do it? I demand. Perhaps. The question is, should I? He gestures to the ritual circle wrought in metals that hurt to perceive. Soul bonds with corrupted vessels. The failure rate approaches certainty. I don't care about rates. I lay Faye in the circle's center. She stopped convulsing, but that's worse. She's still, cold, barely breathing. I care about her. Love. The priest spits the word like profanity. It makes fools of princes. Yes, I agree. Now help me be a fool. He sighs, but begins pulling ritual implements from hidden alcoves. Candles of human fat, blessed and cursed in equal measure. Blades that have tasted royal blood. Ink made from ground portal walker bones. This will hurt, he warns, both of you. The binding requires... I know what it requires. I start stripping off my armor, my shirt. The ritual demands skin contact, blood mixing, souls touching without barriers. Just tell me where to kneel. Faye's eyes snap open. Silver, not void. Don't. Relief floods through me. You're back. For now. She struggles to sit up, gossamer dress tearing on the rough stone. But Vazrith, the shepherd, showed me. The first portal walker, she loved her keeper too. The ritual failed. He lived 50 years as a vegetable while she went mad with guilt. We're not them. No, we're worse. Tears track down her cheeks, mixing with the frost. I'm already half gone. If you bind to me now, the corruption could take you too. We could both end up like the shepherd. Or we could succeed. I kneel beside her, cupping her face. We could forge something new. Something strong enough to banish her completely. You don't know that? No, I admit. But I know living without you is worse than any risk. Please. She grips my hands, desperation cracking her voice. Please don't do this. Let me go. Let me become what I'm meant to become. Save yourself. I've been myself for 5 centuries, I tell her. It's not worth saving. She sobs, pulling me down for a kiss that tastes of tears and goodbye. I love you. That's why I can't let you. I catch the priest's eye over her shoulder. He nods, understanding. I'm sorry, I whisper against her lips. The sleep spell hits her mid-protest. Her eyes widen in betrayal before rolling back, body going limp in my arms. I catch her before she can hit the stone, laying her gently in the circle's center. Forgive me, I breathe, brushing auburn hair from her face. But I'd rather have you hate me living than love me while lost. The priest begins the incantation. Ancient words fill the air as I position myself in the binding circle. Power builds, making my teeth ache and bones vibrate. I look at Faye's sleeping face, peaceful now, free from the shepherd's torment, if only temporarily. Her marks pulse gently, synchronized with her heartbeat, beautiful even in corruption, mine even in madness. I love you, I tell her unconscious form. Whatever comes next, remember that. I loved you enough to risk everything, to become nothing, to burn the world if that's what it takes to save you. The priest's chanting reaches crescendo. The circle ignites with cold fire, and I prepare to either save the woman I love or join her in damnation. There are worse fates than being damned together.
Chapter 23. Faye. I wake to the sensation of being torn apart and remade, every nerve ending on fire as ancient magic floods through my veins. The ritual circle blazes around us, cold silver flames that cast no shadows, but illuminate everything. I'm lying in the centre, the rough stone beneath me inscribed with symbols that pulse like a heartbeat. Across from me, Vazriath kneels shirtless, his ash-grey skin already showing the cost of what he's doing. Black veins spread from where his palms press against the circle's inner ring, creeping up his arms like poison. His crimson eyes are closed, face twisted in concentration and agony. The intact horn on the right side gleams with sweat, while the scarred one on the left seems to pulse with each wave of power. No, I try to say, but my voice won't work. My body won't move. I can only lie here and feel as he tears pieces of his soul away to give to me. The first piece hits like a physical blow. Memory, emotion, essence. I'm 5 years old watching my closest friend die. The scales on his hands, no, her hands, these are Vazriath's memories, fade as her demon blood fails. His father turns away in disgust. Another weak demon, another disappointment. The seventh son cries alone while servants dispose of the body. Pain, loneliness. The first lesson that love equals loss. Stop, I manage to whisper, but he can't hear me, or won't. The second piece tears into me and I'm drowning in centuries. His first kill at 13, a brother who tried to smother him in his sleep. The sick satisfaction of survival. The way power tastes when you take it from someone who underestimated you. His first lover at 50, a court beauty who whispered sweet lies while reporting his every move to his father. The moment he found her with Malphas, laughing about the love-sick whelp. The way her blood looked spreading across marble floors. The death of his mother. Cruel, heartbreaking. Century after century of emptiness. Taking lovers like collecting trophies. Playing politics like breathing. Killing because it's expected. Because it's easy. Because feeling nothing is better than feeling anything at all. Until you. The thought isn't mine, but his. Carried on the soul threads binding us. Until that night in the garden when you refused to cower. When you looked at me like I was just another monster to survive, not a prince to fear. You unmade 500 years of armour with one defiant glare. The third piece comes with images of me through his eyes. How I looked that first night, blood on my hands and terror in my eyes but still standing straight. The way I moved through Tearlith's shadows like I belonged there. My face when I killed for the first time. Horrified but oddly satisfied. The moment he realised he loved me, watching me save that child during the hunt despite the danger. Mine, the memories whisper, worth any price, worth everything. Yours, I breathe and feel the bond strengthen. But the shepherd isn't gone. Not yet. She rises from the space between souls, screaming rage that makes my bones ache. I see her clearly now, not the broken woman she presents as, but what she's become. A writhing mass of consumed souls, thousands of faces pressing against her spiritual skin, trying to escape. The first portal walker is in there somewhere, but she's been buried under centuries of guided dead. You cannot have her, the shepherd rails, clawing at the new bonds forming between Vazriath and me. She is mine, my vessel, my heir. No, I think, finding strength in Vazriath's memories, his love, his sacrifice. I am his, and he is mine. The fourth piece of his soul slots into place, and I gasp at the intimacy of it. This isn't just memory, it's active connection. I feel what he feels in this moment, the agony of soul-rending, the determination to continue despite the cost, the desperate, consuming love that drives him, but also the danger. Each piece he gives leaves him diminished. I can feel him fading, using too much, giving too much. He'll survive, I tell myself fiercely. We'll both survive. The shepherd attacks then, not physically, but spiritually. She pours all her stolen power into corrupting the bond, trying to taint Vazriath's soul pieces before they can integrate with mine. For a moment, I feel it working, darkness creeping into the connection, whispering of power and purpose, and the peace of surrender. Why fight? She croons. Accept what you are. Guide the souls. Fulfill your purpose. Let him die clean rather than corrupted. Images flash. Vazriath as a vegetable, aware but unable to act. Vazriath's soul trapped between worlds with her. Vazriath becoming another face in her collection of consumed essences. Number. The word comes from the deepest part of me, the part that survived Teelith's streets, that learned to kill, that chose love despite everything. I might be a portal walker, might be designed to guide souls between states, but I decide how. My choice. My way. Our way. Vazriath's presence corrects, and I feel him smile through the pain. The fifth piece locks into place, and suddenly I understand. The shepherd's power comes from souls she's guided but never released. She hoards them, feeds on them, uses them. But that was never what portal walkers were meant to do. We're meant to be bridges, not prisons. Yes, Vazriath's soul whispers. Free them. Using our new bond as an anchor, I reach into the shepherd's mass of stolen souls. She shrieks, trying to pull back, but I'm stronger now, stronger because I'm not alone. Vazriath's essence wraps around mine, protective and empowering. One by one, I open doors. The souls pour out like water breaking through a dam. Demons and humans, ancient and recent, all trapped in the shepherd's web for centuries. They flee toward whatever lies beyond, and with each departure, the shepherd weakens. "Stop!" she wails. "You're killing me." "I'm freeing you," I correct, finding the original portal walker buried deepest. She's barely recognizable, just a spark of who she was before the experiments, before the madness. Go, rest. Your duty is done. For a moment I see her as she was, young, defiant, full of potential. So much like me. Then she smiles, nods, and lets go. The shepherd's scream as her original self departs is the sound of centuries collapsing. Her form dissipates, stolen power scattered to the winds. In seconds, the entity that has tormented me is reduced to whispers, then echoes, then nothing. She's gone. The relief hits so hard I sob. The ritual circle's light dims, the ancient magic settling into completion. I feel the bond with Vazriath humming between us. Not complete yet, that will take time, but solid, real, unbreakable. Vazriath. I push myself up, body aching from the spiritual strain. He's collapsed, face pale even for a demon. The black veins have receded, but he's still, too still. No, no, no. I crawl to him, hands shaking as I check for a pulse. It's there, but weak. Vazriath, open your eyes, please. The priest approaches, moving carefully around the still glowing symbols. He lives, he says, sounding surprised. The ritual, it actually worked. Then why won't he wake up? Soul-rending is exhausting under the best circumstances. He kneels beside us, checking Vazriath with clinical efficiency. He gave more than was safe. His essence needs time to stabilize with yours. Hours, perhaps days. But he'll be okay. If you both survive the initial binding, yes, he'll recover. The priest actually smiles, a terrifying sight on his ancient face. You've done something remarkable here. A human and demon soul, bonded without corruption or madness. The scholars will... The temple doors explode inward. Prince Vazriath strides through the wreckage, his scarred face twisted with fury. Behind him, guards pour in, weapons drawn, and behind them all, Asmodeus. The king of Teelith enters slowly, deliberately, his void black eyes taking in the scene, the completed ritual circle, his unconscious son, me crouched protective over Vazriath's body. "Well," he says, voice carrying the weight of mountains, "this is unexpected." My marks flare instinctively, and I bare teeth that have grown too sharp. The shepherd is gone, but I'm still a portal walker, still dangerous. And now, soul-bonded to his 7th son. You can't have him, I snarl. Asmodeus tilts his head, studying me like an insect pinned to a board. Can't I? He's my blood, my disappointment, my tool. His smile is winter given form. As are you now, it seems. The guards spread out, surrounding us. Drathan's hand rests on his sword, eager for violence. The priest backs away, unwilling to interfere with royal business. I'm exhausted from the ritual. Vazriath is unconscious, and we're outnumbered 50-1. But I'm also soul-bonded to a demon prince, free from the shepherd's control, and angrier than I've ever been in my life. Come and try, I growl, pulling Vazriath closer, and in the depths of our new bond, I swear I feel him smile. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 24. Fae. The first guard dies before I fully realise I'm moving. My claws. When did they become true claws? Punch through his armour like it's parchment, finding his heart with instinct I didn't know I possessed. Silver blood sprays across the temple floor as I spin to meet the next attacker, Vazriath's unconscious form, always in my peripheral vision. Fascinating, Asmodeus murmurs from his position near the shattered doors. The bond has already changed you. I bare my teeth at him, feeling them extend into fangs. Stay back. Or what? Prince Drathan steps forward, his scarred face twisted with anticipation. You'll bleed on us, little pet. You're exhausted from the ritual. One half-trained hybrid against the might of Tilith's crown. He's right. I can feel it in my bones. The soul bond has drained me, left me running on fumes and fury. But I can also feel something else. A warm presence in the back of my mind that tastes like chaos and copper. Vazriath. He's unconscious but aware, his soul reaching for mine through our new connection. Power trickles through the bond, not much, but enough to keep me standing. Fight, his presence whispers. I'm here. 3 guards rush me at once. I phase through the first's blade. The shepherd's gifts haven't abandoned me, solidifying in time to tear out the second's throat. The third catches me across the ribs, chaos-touched steel burning through my gossamer dress and into flesh. I scream, stumbling back. Blood, my blood, silver red and crackling with power, drips onto the ritual circle. First blood to us, Drathan laughs. How disappointing. I expected more from the demon who killed Corvain. She didn't kill Corvain alone, Asmodeus observes, and now she's without her prince's protection. End this, Drathan. I grow bored. The scarred prince needs no further encouragement. He moves with the brutal efficiency of centuries of training, his blade singing death as it cuts through the air. I dodge, phase, strike back, but he's fresh while I'm fading. His sword finds my shoulder, my thigh, my side. Each wound bleeds more power I can't spare. Take what you need, Vazriath's presence urges. From them, from the fallen. I don't understand until another guard falls to my desperate claws, and I feel it, his soul, departing his body, passing so close to me. The portal walker in me recognizes it, reaches for it instinctively. And feeds. The guard's soul doesn't pass on to whatever waits beyond. It flows into me instead, filling the emptiness the ritual left behind. Power floods my system, not just energy, but knowledge. I suddenly know every fighting technique this guard spent decades perfecting, every weakness in standard armor, every fear that kept him awake at dawn. No, I whisper, horrified at how good it feels. How right. Oh yes, Asmodeus says, and for the first time I hear interest in his void black voice. That's what you are, isn't it? How delightfully unexpected. Drathan attacks again, but this time I'm ready. I use the dead guard's knowledge to anticipate his strikes, to find the gaps in his form he doesn't know exist. My claws dig into his face, adding new scars to old ones. He roars, backhanding me with enough force to crack ribs. I hit the temple wall hard, taste copper, but roll aside as his blade strikes where my head was. More guards press in. Too many. Even with stolen knowledge, I'm one person against dozens. Then take more, Vazriath whispers through our bond. Survive, whatever the cost. A guard's spear pierces my side, and I grab the shaft, pulling him close. Our eyes meet, his wide with surprise, mine reflecting silver in the ritual circle's dying light. I don't use claws this time. I reach with something deeper, darker, and rip his soul out while his heart still beats. He collapses, empty, and I burn with his power. The next guard meets the same fate, and the next. Each soul I consume makes me stronger, faster, more monstrous. I can feel their final moments, their memories, their essence becoming part of me. It's horrible, it's exhilarating, it's exactly what the demons made the first portal walker to do. Enough, Drathan snarls, pressing his attack. You're still just one hybrid whore against... I phase through his strike, solidify behind him, and drive my hand through his back. But I don't stop at his heart. I grip his soul, proud, vicious, centuries old, and pull. Drathan's scream shakes the temple. He thrashes, trying to break free, but I hold tight. His soul is stronger than the guard's, takes more effort to extract. When it finally tears free, the power nearly brings me to my knees. His body drops, truly dead, and I stand swaying with his essence burning inside me. Through his memories I see every cruelty, every murdered innocent, every plan he made for me once he claimed ownership. Magnificent, Asmodeus breathes. I turn to face him, and whatever he sees in my expression makes several remaining guards step back. I know I must look like nightmare-given form, blood-soaked, soul-drunk, marks blazing with stolen power. Your turn, I growl, voice carrying harmonics of every soul I've consumed. Is it? He descends the temple steps with casual grace, and reality bends around him. This is the king of Teelith, older than the city itself, powerful enough to make the air itself kneel. You've eaten, what, 12 souls? I've devoured nations. He strikes without seeming to move. One moment he's 20 feet away, the next his hand is around my throat, lifting me off the ground. I claw at his arm, try to phase, but his power locks me in solid form. Interesting ability, he muses as I choke, but ultimately limited. You're still mortal, still weak, still... Power floods through the soul bond. Not a trickle now, but a torrent. Vazriath is awake, aware, pouring everything he has into me. His strength, his centuries of experience, his absolute refusal to let me die. I grab Asmodeus's wrist with both hands and do something that should be impossible. I curse his soul, not consume. I could never overpower him that way. But portal walkers don't just guide souls. We shape their journey. And right now, I shape his to no pain. The curse hits him like a physical blow. His void black eyes widen as he experiences soul agony for the first time in millennia. Every cruelty he's inflicted, every life he's destroyed, every moment of suffering he's caused, all of it rebounds on him in a single instant. He drops me, staggering back with a sound that might be a scream if creatures like him could scream. "Stop," he commands, but commands mean nothing to souls. "Let us leave," I rasp, throat bruised from his grip. "Stay away from us, forever, or I'll bind this curse to your immortal soul permanently. Every night, every dawn, every moment of your eternal existence will be agony beyond description." "You can't—" I twist the curse tighter, and he falls to one knee, the king of Tilith, brought low by a hybrid who shouldn't exist. "I can," I say, standing despite exhaustion that threatens to topple me. "I'm soul-bonded to your son. I've consumed your other son's essence. I am becoming something you never planned for, never controlled. And if you don't let us go right now, I'll become your eternal nightmare." Hatred burns in those void black eyes, but also respect, fear. He gestures sharply to the remaining guards. "Let them pass," he grinds out. "The seventh prince is exiled, dead to Tilith, as is his mate." I don't wait for him to change his mind. I stumble to Vazriath, who's trying to sit up despite obvious weakness. His crimson eyes find mine, full of pride and love and something like awe. "You did it," he whispers. "We did it," I correct, helping him stand. He leans heavily on me, and I on him, two broken creatures holding each other up. We leave through the shattered temple doors, past guards who watch with fear and fascination, up through the tunnels, into Tilith's night streets, where demons scatter from our path. By the time we reach the city's edge, dawn is breaking. True dawn, not the eternal twilight of the demon realm. Only when the massive walls of Tilith fade into the distance do I finally let myself breathe. We collapse by a stream, both too exhausted to go further. "Where do we go now?" I ask, watching the castle become a distant shadow. "We're exiled, homeless. You've given up everything, your title, your power, your birthright." Vazriath pushes himself up enough to cut my face, thumb tracing my cheekbone with infinite gentleness. "I've given up nothing that matters." "But you're a prince." "I'm tired of being a prince," he says simply. 500 years of playing games, of empty power, of meaningless existence. I just want to be myself, with you. That's all I've wanted since you walked into my garden covered in blood and defiance. Where, though? I gesture at the wild lands stretching before us. We can't go back. The human settlements won't accept what I've become. The other demon cities will honour your father's exile. Where is there a place for creatures like us? He pulls me down for a kiss that tastes of blood and freedom and forever. When we part, he's smiling, really smiling, not the cruel smirk I first knew, but something genuine and beautiful. "Anywhere," he says. "Everywhere. We'll find somewhere new, build something that's ours. Just you and me and whatever future we choose to make." "That sounds perfect," I whisper, and mean it, because I've become something monstrous to save him. Consumed souls, threatened kings, embraced the darkness the first portal walker tried so hard to resist. But here, in his arms, with Tilith behind us and the unknown ahead, I don't feel like a monster. I feel like myself, his, free, and that's worth any price I've paid.
Chapter 25. Vazrith. 3 months later. The inn's patrons don't give us a second glance as we enter, which is precisely how I prefer it. Today we wear the faces of traveling merchants, dark elves with silver hair and violet eyes, respectable enough to avoid suspicion, but unremarkable enough to be forgotten by morning. Faye's hand rests lightly in mine as we navigate between crowded tables. Through our soul bond, I feel her amusement at the mundane chaos of it all. Dice games in the corner, a bard murdering a love ballad near the hearth, 2 orcs arm wrestling while their companions place bets. Normal, ordinary, perfect. 2 rooms? The innkeeper asks, barely looking up from his ledger. 1, I correct, sliding silver across the scarred wood. Your best if you have it. He glances at us then, taking in our intertwined fingers, the matching silver rings we wear. His expression softens slightly. Newlyweds? Something like that, Faye says, and I feel her suppressed laughter through our bond. If only he knew. 3 months since we fled Tilith, 3 months of discovering what we've become together. Not newlyweds, but something deeper. 2 souls literally bound, sharing power and pain and everything between. The room is simple but clean, with a bed large enough for 2 and a window overlooking the market square. As soon as the door closes behind us, our illusions ripple and fade. Silver hair darkens to auburn and black. Violet eyes shift to hazel green and crimson. The respectability dissolves, leaving us as we truly are. Exile and hybrid, prince and portal walker, monsters who chose each other over everything else. I'll never tire of that, Faye says, stretching like a cat. The freedom to be anyone, anywhere. Except ourselves in public. Ourselves is overrated. She moves to the window, watching the crowd below. Besides, I rather like our game. Yesterday we were humans. Today, dark elf merchants. Tomorrow, orc warriors, I suggest, coming up behind her. You did mention wanting to attend their harvest festival. She leans back against me and I wrap my arms around her waist, though the tusks take getting used to. Through the bond, I feel her contentment, a warm gold thread woven through the darker parts of her that will always exist. The shepherd is gone, banished to whatever void awaits broken souls, but Faye still carries pieces of what she became. The hunger for death, the ability to walk between worlds, the terrible knowledge of what waits beyond the veil. But also this, us together, free. You're thinking too loud, she murmurs, turning in my arms. I can feel you brooding from here. Not brooding, reflecting. On how different this is from what I imagined. I trace the marks on her throat, the ones I painted in chaos and pain that have become part of her beauty. 500 years of existing and I never pictured. A life without servants, without palace intrigue, without murdering siblings every other week. Without being alone, I correct. Her eyes soften, still capable of that after everything. She rises on her toes to kiss me, and I taste freedom on her lips. 3 months of wandering, of discovering who we are without titles and expectations, and every kiss still feels like revolution. You're not alone, she whispers against my mouth. Never again. I'm in your soul, remember? Rather hard to shake. Promises, promises. She laughs, and it's the sound that saved me, defiant and wild and utterly unafraid. Her hands slide under my shirt, nails dragging lightly across my skin. Want me to prove it? Always. The bed is soft, a luxury after weeks of camping in the wilderness between cities. We've learned to appreciate simple pleasures, clean sheets, warm baths, doors that lock, privacy to explore what we've become without fear of discovery. I map her body like territory I'll never tire of conquering. Every scar tells a story. The thin lines from her years surviving Tilith's underbelly, the newer marks from our flight into exile, the chaos-touched patterns I painted that mark her as mine. She's thinner than she was in the palace, travel and irregular meals taking their toll, but her strength has only grown. You're still thinking, she accuses, pulling me down for another kiss. I can feel it. Admiring, I correct, catching her hands and pinning them above her head. There's a difference. Is there? She arches beneath me, and through the bond I feel her desire spike, hot and urgent. Then stop admiring and start. I cut her off with a kiss that's more claim than caress. 3 months of freedom haven't dimmed the possessive need she wakes in me. If anything, it's grown stronger. In Tilith, I owned her through collar and command. Now I have her through choice, a far headier power. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Mine, I murmur, pressing kisses to her temple, her cheeks, her lips. Yours, she whispers. And you're mine. Forever, I promise, meaning it with every fiber of my being. Where next? Faye asks, tracing lazy patterns on my chest. We can't stay here long. The guild presence is too strong. She's right. We've learned to read the signs, which cities welcome travelers, which ask too many questions, where demon influence runs deep, and where humans hold sway. The game of survival played with different rules than either of us knew before. South, perhaps, I suggest. The free ports care nothing for anyone's past if your coin is good. And after that? Wherever you want. I catch her hand, bringing it to my lips. The world is vast, my mate. We have eternity to explore it. Eternity, she echoes, and I feel the weight of that through our bond. Portal walkers age slowly, demons even slower, bound together. Sharing power, we could have centuries. Millennia, perhaps. Regrets? I ask. Never. She shifts to look at me properly, those hazel eyes still capable of stopping my heart. Though I do sometimes wonder, what? If your father still checks for us, if Kithel misses you, if the servants tell stories about the human who corrupted their prince, let them wonder, I say firmly, that life is dead. Vazriath, seventh son of Asmodeus, prince of nothing, he died in that temple. I'm just yours now. And I'm yours, she agrees, sealing it with a kiss that tastes of promise. Later, when she sleeps, I watch the stars through our window and marvel at the strange turns of fate. 6 months ago, I was empty, a prince with everything who felt nothing. Now, I'm an exile with nothing but her, and I've never been more complete. Faye shifts in her sleep, murmuring something in Old Demonic. Even unconscious, she reaches for me through our bond. I gather her closer, breathing in the scent of her hair, road dust and foreign soap and something uniquely hers. Tomorrow we'll wear new faces, play new roles. We'll drift through Protheka like ghosts, accountable to no one but each other. We'll face whatever comes, hunters, vengeful demons, the weight of our own monstrous natures, together. But tonight, in this unremarkable inn, in an unremarkable city, we're just two souls bound by choice rather than chance. Two monsters who found salvation in each other's darkness. It's more than enough. It's everything. 500 years of emptiness, ended by a defiant human in a garden of metal and chaos. Sometimes the best chains are the ones we choose to wear. Our souls are bound, our fates intertwined. Where she goes, I follow. Where I lead, she walks beside me. Forever. And I wouldn't have it any other way.